Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, and the Seattle Sports app. Location, because it's a formal Friday, and I almost forgot. I'm sorry about that. I would hate to do that to you guys. It's a formal Friday, and this is seattlesports.com, not to mention YouTube and 97.3 HD2, the podcast, all of it. Just find us, and please join us in whatever way you think is best for your life. I'm glad it's Friday. It is going to be nice to have Brock in for a little while. I'm not playing golf today, so that's a little weird because it's Friday, and usually that's my thing. But I'm taking the week off to, snap and clear and kind of get myself into a better mental place on the golf course, because that's just sometimes you got to do things like that. Maybe the Mariners, they can't. They have to keep playing. They have to play today and then tomorrow and the day after, and they're going to have to find a different way other than just getting away from the game for a little while. They tried that in the middle of the homestand when they took took a day off, and then came back and dropped 3 straight now to the Baltimore Orioles, who've really not played great baseball this year. Now, credit to them. They've played a whole lot better since firing their manager. They're now 9-7 after the sweep, but or maybe it's 10-8, something like that. Regardless, they've played a lot better. Look, I'm just going to give you numbers. You want to just start with numbers? Let's start with facts. We'll get to opinions. And I got plenty of them here in the text line, and as you might guess, I have plenty of them myself. But let's just start with some facts. The Mariners just went 3-6 in their homestand. 3-6 at home. In their last 2 homestands, the Mariners are a combined 4-11. 4-11 at home. That's the Toronto series, the Yankees series, and then obviously this homestand here with the Nationals, the Twins, and then the Orioles. Now, there are a couple of good teams in there, but that is not a murderer's row. You're 4-11 in those 2 homestands. Let me give you one more number, one more fact without opinion. In your last 34 games, so a little over a month, the Mariners are 13-21. Those aren't opinions. Those aren't explanations. Those are just facts. Those are just straight up facts. 13-21 in the last 34 games. That's not a 1 or 2 game, 1 or 2 week sample size. Talking about a month, about 5-6 weeks, 5 weeks. 13-21. 13-21. Just facts. They're 32-29 overall. Another fact. They're 3 games above 500. They're a game and a half now out of the AL West behind Houston. And by the way, this is not a very good Houston team. I mean, they're okay, but they're not what they were. You're a game and a half behind Houston, 32-29, 3 games above 500. Your record right now is 2 wins worse than it was 61 games into last year when you were 34-27 at this time. You're operating on an 85-win pace. As we remembered yesterday when Lyle thankfully did the homework for us because we all forgot, they won 85 games last year. So you are directly on pace to be exactly the same as you were last year, perhaps not that surprisingly, given that they didn't make a tremendous number of changes in the offseason. So those are just numbers. Those are just facts. Those aren't opinions. I mean, maybe I threw in a couple at the end. But you get my idea. For the most part, those are just facts. Those are just the numbers of where they're at. Now, if you want to look at the whole season, there's still a lot of, potential positives here. 14th in runs scored, 12th in OPS over the course of the 2+ months. That's a whole lot better than last year, 21st and 22nd, respectively. Those are good. But I was looking at numbers last night, right? The facts, and two charts kind of jumped out to me, and I apologize. We're going to have to throw the readers on for this one. We're going to have to throw the readers on. These 2 charts blow me away. The first is just Mariners splits. April and March versus May and June. And as it turns out, it's 30 games for both. I think this didn't include last night. I'm sorry. Baseball Reference updates late. Lyle knows. So this doesn't include yesterday's game, but I don't know. That shouldn't make it too different. 30 games and 30 games. 30 games in April and March, 30 games in May and June. So it's a nice even sample size. Home runs in April and March. I've been kind of on this tear, right? Home runs matter. You hit 45 of them in April. You've hit 35 of them in May or June. So you go from 45. You've lost 10 home runs in the second 30 games compared to the first 30. This number is maybe the most staggering because, all right, fine, the Mariners weren't necessarily trying to build themselves on home runs. And that was kind of the point I was making for a while during the first month. Like, look, we could talk all about, small ball, this, that, and the other, but they're hitting home runs. Okay, well, let's go to small ball. How about just being aggressive, which is not bunting, which is not, hitting behind the runner or getting excited about ground balls. How about stolen bases, which is just straight up aggressiveness, something the Mariners have wanted to do for years. Be aggressive, pressure the opponent, right? Stolen bases in the first 30 games, 37. Wow, great. Stolen bases in the next 30 games, 18. Where do they go? Now, the on-base percentage is down, so obviously that plays a role in it. But, it dropped from 339 to 303 or so. That's not enough to, completely take you out of your running game. Now, Luke Raley's been hurt. That's a part of it. Don't give me Victor Robles because he was hurt almost immediately, right? And they brought in, Leotis Taveras, who can run. They've played Dylan Moore even more because he can run. I don't know why they're stealing fewer bases. I don't have an answer to this. Other than to guess, it has something to do with what I said earlier. It's really hard to play that way for 162 games. You're going to get hurt. The more you're running and jumping and sliding, and it's hard to have 162 battles. It's not easy. And it will have casualties like all battles do. Get tired. Your legs get heavy. You have to go from standing still to sprinting all the time. It's hard. It's hard for those guys. I'm not saying it's not sustainable, but it's hard for it to be sustainable. And some of the guys that have been getting on base more often aren't necessarily your big speed guys. You have any other theories on that, Lyle?
I was just thinking about how they're not even really attempting stolen bases these days. For example, just one player as reference. Randy Arozarena stole 8 bags in April. He's got 1.
And he's been on base. It's not like he hasn't been on base.
Chances.
He's not been as good as he was in April, obviously. He hasn't been on base as much. But, yeah, and I'm going to guess it has something to do with just as the season wears on, it's hard to keep running. I think it's hard. You gotta pace yourself. So stolen bases go from 37 to 18. Walks, what do I keep saying? Walks and home runs, walks and home runs, walks and home runs. Listen to this walk number. Listen to this walk number. Again, these are just numbers, just facts. Mora, quiz, pop quiz.
I'm here.
Pop quiz, Mora.
Uh-oh.
The Mariners in their first 30 games in April and March stole 134 bases. I'm sorry, they walked 134 times. 134 bases would be pretty impressive. They walked 134 times. How many times have they walked in May and June?
80.
88?
Oh.
They went from 134 to 88.
Quite the difference.
That is you want to know why your on base percentage is down? You went from walking 134 times to 88. Now, I don't know why that is either. Did you change your approach? Or did the league start to figure out, wait a minute, this team's being pretty patient. Let's throw them strikes and see what happens. 134 down to 88. By the way, for the strikeout mavens out there, the strikeouts remained almost exactly even. I swear to God. I'm not even making this up. The strikeouts, 268 to 271. They struck out at the same rate. April, May, doesn't matter. Strike out at the same rate. But the walks dip from 134 to 88, and the home runs are down, and the stolen bases are down. And by the way, as the strikeouts have stayed about the same, the grounding into double plays have actually gone up by, I think, a significant amount from 15 to 21. That's what happens when you're just trying to put the ball in play. Yes, sometimes you get the Cole Young walk-off, but also you get 6 extra grounded into double plays. So here we are, right? And those are just numbers. And the reality is Cal, JP, really, Julio, sometimes they're carrying this entire offense. I'm not saying that's about philosophy or coaching or management, anything like that. I think it's fair to ask if the lineup's coming back to earth. That seems more plausible. Do we need more time to judge this team? Yeah, maybe. Maybe we do. Maybe I was a little premature on Memorial Day when I figured it was safe to say we know who these guys are. They're pretty good. Maybe I was wrong. It wouldn't be the first time, that's for sure. Nor will it be the last. Maybe this team needs a little extra time because they've had a good month and a bad month, and we might need a third month to break the tie. But here's one more chart I'll give you, and I got to take a break. I'm sorry. I gotta do this. But night and day difference between Mariners at home and Mariners away. OPS plus, remember 100 is league average. At home, 84. They're 16% worse than the league. On the road, 118. They're 18% better. Unbelievable. For all of the talk, right? And even here with a warm spring. That's how big a difference T-Mobile makes. And for all of the conversation that, the new offensive philosophy is going to change that number at home, guess what? The split last year was closer to even. Last year was 86 and 101. This year it's 84 and 118. They were better on the road last year than they have been this year, and they have not been, it was just they were closer together. They were not as good on the road as they have been this year, but they were better at home. It's crazy. The split is closer. So I don't know. There's perception, reality, the whole deal. There's a lot to wonder about today. And I'm sure if anyone's in that coach's room, manager's room, GM's room, everybody, I'm sure they're trying to put their heads together and figure this out and trying to figure out how to get back to the offense they had in the first month. But the numbers are stark. Those aren't opinions. Those are just numbers. They're stark, and they're not over a game or two. They're over a month. So we'll see where it go next. You're going out on the road. That should be a good thing. Hit a lot better there. You're going to Anaheim. Got an opportunity to beat a team that's not that good. I know Baltimore wasn't good either, but, better to be playing bad teams than good ones, right? Whew. All right, we'll talk more about this at 7. I gotta cool off. The numbers are making me upset. Stupid numbers. We'll come back with Need to Know next.
Seahawks head coach Mike Macdonald, exclusively with Brock and Salk.
Your cohort, Mr. Schneider, talked a lot this offseason about pivoting. How was all of that?
It's kind of how we operate. You're looking at the lens of what we're trying to build, what's going to be best for us. I know it seemed like a lot, but we had time kind of behind the scenes here. And I thought we ended up with a team we're really excited about. The guys that are here are fired up for.
Watch the full conversation on the Seattle Sports YouTube page or get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Synthetic Turf Northwest is now open in Fife, the South Sound headquarters for premium synthetic turf. They help homeowners with a turnkey solution, DIYers, and contractors and landscapers needing quality products. With premium turf in stock, expert advice, and pro installation services, everything you need is under one roof. Visit their new showroom off I-5 in Fife, Synthetic Turf Northwest. Supplies and installation expertise all in one place. Mention radio for up to $1,000 off. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Alex. At just 16, she suffered trauma after a broadside collision with a delivery truck.
When I came in, they were so nice. They were just like, don't worry about anything. We'll take care of that. It's gonna be okay. Live your high school life. We got your back. And they did. I would recommend Rob because they have a passion for caring for people.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
The Mariners are transforming T-Mobile Park into Seattle's hottest karaoke club for Sing-Along Fireworks Night. Don't miss an incredible post-game show on Friday, June 13th, presented by T-Mobile, after the team squares off against the Guardians at 7:10.
He does it again! Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper.
It's your chance to belt your heart out on the big stage to chart-topping hits and feel-good throwbacks. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
Strong play call. Triple digits to end it and complete the sweep.
Visit mariners.com/fireworks to get your tickets and see the complete lineup of Mariners fireworks nights this summer, including a patriotic palooza on July 3rd and an 80s show on July 18th. Plus, check out everything else on deck at T-Mobile Park, including a Father's Day socks giveaway Sunday, June 15th, thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
This hour is brought to you by Community Transit.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, only 3 runs again for the Mariners yesterday, and once again, it wasn't enough. They're beaten by the Orioles, who needed just 12 runs in 3 games to complete a sweep. Not surprisingly, the offense yesterday came from...
Here's the stretch. This will be ball 2. No, instead of swinging a fly ball deep to right field. Going back, Kirstead to the warning track to the wall. Goodbye, baseball. Just into the front row of seats down the right field line. Cal Raleigh with his 24th home run of the season.
Yeah, and I think you hear Rick saying this is going to be ball 2 because why in the world would you pitch to him there? I think we all thought, okay, if you're not going to just walk him with a man on 3rd and 2 outs, you give him the old unintentional intentional. Instead, he grooves one over the middle of the plate to the hottest hitter on the planet. Cal deposits it into right field. Just absurd. Drives in all 3 runs with a single, and that home run as well. I can't believe they pitched to him there. But whatever. The rest of the lineup goes 7 of 31 with 12 strikeouts, even with a Baltimore pen that was short after throwing a bunch of leverage arms the last couple of days. It wasn't enough. Adley Rutschman did damage all week long.
The 0-2. Swung on, crushed, right field. It is on its way. It is in the seats.
Yeah, the switch hitting catchers were on fire, and Gunnar Henderson had a back-to-back job that ended up being the game winner. So as I said, team now 32-29, 2 games back of last year. They finished the homestand 3-6, 4-11 now in their last 15 games at T-Mobile. Hopefully a trip to Anaheim will help. The Angels 28-33, though coming off a tough series win in Boston. Kyle Hendricks, Bryce Miller in the opener tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, the OTAs are done for the week. They'll have some mandatory minicamp practices next week, but everyone's happy. Everyone was there. Ernest Jones psyched about that.
I think for this team, I think we're bought into the goal and the mission, and the goal is to put another banner up in here. And I think, everyone, believes in that, and we're going to show up to work and do what we have to do to make sure we get it done. If we want to be who we say we're going to be, if we want to do what we want to do, and that's win, the best teams I've been around, OTAs, were really good. So I think that's just a direct reflection of what the work you get in here and what carries you into the season.
So the work matters, and the good teams all go to voluntary OTAs. Weird that would be the case. Who could have ever predicted that? Ernest Jones, love you. Plenty of other good sound that we'll play over the course of the morning. I got some more from him. I got some Cooper Kupp in there as well. So, good stuff going on. Brady Henderson will join us, talk more at 8:30.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
NBA and NHL finals starting each within a night of each other, and each game one came down to the wire. The Oilers, as you know, won it in overtime on Wednesday last night. Near the buzzer, it was Tyrese Halliburton.
The Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 3/10 of a second remaining.
Yeah, that'll get it done. Come from behind win again for the Pacers. They take game one in Oklahoma City. NHL back at it tonight. And in case you haven't heard, Aaron Rodgers wants you to talk about him. He has signed a deal in Pittsburgh, so he makes it official with the Steelers. Should I talk about it? Do I want to talk about it? No. I got a friend who's a Steelers fan. He's trying to talk himself into it. That's entertainment enough for me. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Hey, I'm just going to say this last thing here on the Mariners, just because I got I've been getting this text from somebody, and I won't let it get under my skin. But this guy keeps saying, Salk, do we need to apologize yet to ownership, to Jerry, et cetera? Do we need to apologize? We still need to apologize? No, of course not. And if you go back to what I said, look, if the Mariners end up surprising this year, and if they were to stay on the pace of April, I think a lot of us would owe somebody an apology. I would. I was not a believer that this whole thing would work. But if it does, what am I going to do? Like, look at it and be like, I was still right? Like, no, I'm going to say I was wrong. Sorry, Jerry, I was wrong. I got it wrong. Sorry, Dan, I was wrong. But if it doesn't go that way, if is a pretty hefty word. It's only 2 letters, but plays a big role in that statement. If they get back to playing the kind of baseball they did in April, and if they make the playoffs and go on a run, yeah, I'll be the first one in line to apologize. I'll owe Jerry an apology for not believing in this. And if it goes the way it's been going in May and things kind of fall apart, well, I'm going to feel pretty like, yeah, changes probably need to be made. Like, you can't go on like that. It's another year in the same bucket, the same problems, after doing not a whole lot about it in the offseason. So, yeah, these next few months are enormously important. Still a lot of baseball to be played. Still a lot of baseball to be played. It's June 6th. Game and a half out, man. Game and a half out. Not where you want to be, but you're certainly not out of it. Just got to turn on those Jets, man. Got to start getting it done. All right, let's come back. Jason Benetti was awesome yesterday. If you just like a good baseball conversation, if you're a baseball fan, I think you'll like this. Next on Brock and Salk.
Seahawks head coach Mike McDonald, exclusively with Brock and Salk.
Your cohort, Mr. Schneider, talked a lot this offseason about pivoting. How was all of that?
It's kind of how we operate. You're looking at the lens of what we're trying to build, what's going to be best for us. I know it seemed like a lot, but we had time kind of behind the scenes here, and I thought we ended up with a team we're really excited about. The guys that are here are fired up for.
Watch the full conversation on the Seattle Sports YouTube page or get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here. I see people start out as a lot porter, and people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This Father's Day, help Dad be all he can be with a gift from the Home Depot, because he's not just Dad, he's the handyman of the house, the plumber in a pinch, and the emergency mechanic. Upgrade his gear this Father's Day with the Husky Mechanics 270-piece tool set from the Home Depot. Now on special buy for $119, a $695 value. For every kind of dad, find the perfect gift this Father's Day at the Home Depot.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on Warm Weather Vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take a shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5HEshot.com for full details and rules to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Maura Dooley here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
Wait, if I work today, why should I have to wait 2 weeks to get my money? With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
details.
Headed to the ballpark? Skip the traffic jams, parking fees, and the stress of driving. Make riding transit part of your game day ritual. Roll in with your crew, talk stats, and meet fans. No traffic, no stress. Community Transit riders enjoy seamless connections to light rail and ferries to get to Seattle and beyond. And youth 18 and under ride the bus for free. All in for the win. Plan your trip with Community Transit at ctgo.org/homerun.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, I'm glad Jason Benetti is here with us now because he can back me up, I think. Good morning, Jason. How are you?
Hi, good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
You know what? The Tigers colors are awesome. If you're watching on video, you can see Jason right now on YouTube or Seattle Sports app or whatever, and he's got his Tigers gear on, voice of the Tigers. Tigers have great colors. They just look good.
Yeah. The orange is a nice touch, right? Like I like the extra orange for this team.
Yeah. Because it's like got that good navy, but then just like a little pop of color. I kind of a big fan. In any event, I was talking earlier with Brock about how, in some ways he's really holding on to his youth, but in other ways he's really aging rapidly. And one thing I'm noticing, and I'm curious if you notice the same thing, is that he's really become somebody that repeats himself. And that's not something I'd ever really thought of with Brock. And not just like 3 times in a row where he says the same thing 3 different ways. But like every night, I feel like I'm getting the same text on the same subject from him. He's starting to become an old man who rants about the same thing every night.
So, when you have a production meeting in football and he's got his list of stuff, you understand that you're just going to have to hear about violence. There's always violence. There's something about violence. Right? You get the same questions because there's a pocket, right? He's certain that he's going to get the kind of emotional answer from somebody that he wants to get, right? It's wow. But he also, when it's going well, you do it, right? Like you want to have repeatability. And so, yes, absolutely, that's true. Mm-hmm. But I also think I think he knows that certain impressions are really good, right? I think he knows that certain phrases work for him. So I think it's much more like he's just trying to hit the audience where he knows it sticks, but also he might be senile. I don't know.
You two done?
A little bit. For now.
No, we're not. Yeah. We're not.
Okay.
I think
guess
sort
what
of
the
like in
repeat
Congress,
text
we
is.
sort of we reserve the right to come back and comment later.
Okay, we could do that at the end of it. Take a wild guess, Benetti, of what I may be texting Salk about on a nightly basis as we watch the Hometown 9. Just take a shot at it. What do you think?
If it's anything like I was texting you on Saturday, it's how good Cal Raleigh is.
That's part of it.
Also, the swing and miss probably. Got to stop swinging and missing as a team.
Yeah.
All right, well...
Is that part of it?
Well,
that's part of it.
I mean, as I said, he's getting old, so like a lot of old people that watch cable news all day, he's mad more than he's happy. So I would say fewer...
He just talks about prune juice, he's just mad. Molly drank the prune juice again.
I mean, that's not entirely inaccurate either, but let's start with Cal. Before we get to the swing and miss and some of the offensive problems, you came in for how long were you here even? 24 hours, 36 hours, whatever it was to do the game and kind of be around the team. what was your takeaway just when it comes to Cal?
I just don't know where to pitch him, man. I don't know where to pitch him. I don't know how to pitch him. I don't know where to pitch him. And you heard Waino talk about it, and I love Adam Wainwright. Like his prep, if you saw his book, his prep is basically prepping like he's going to pitch to these guys, right? So it's heat maps, it's strategy. He looks at each 9 and preps like he's going to pitch to them. And, you know, he's talking about like you can't show him anything east to west because he's going to see it very well. I don't know what you do with him. Like watching heat maps is one thing, and then you watch him in person. That home run he hit on Saturday, and yes, it's self-selection because that's the game I did, but I've watched off and on. If he's going to hit a ball that's eye high for a home run, I don't know where you're going to pitch him. You look at the map of his home runs this year, a bunch of them are middle, and I guess he hasn't done like massive home run damage low, but everything else is a possible homer. Everything else is a possible shattered window. So to me, he's one of the best players in the game right now.
Mm-hmm. The Tigers saw the Mariners earlier this year, right? Didn't you take 2 or 3 from the Mariners earlier this year?
2 of 3. Yep.
You saw them early in the year in some of those early struggles, and then you saw them over the weekend where they ended up finding a way to win that series. Anything in your purview change from when you saw them in the first month of the season to the end of May?
Yeah, I mean, I think offensively, obviously, they're still challenged. I like the idea of Cole Young being up because there is some contact, right? There's some extra contact, and that is nice, right? I think a more varied lineup is the best way to do this in Major League Baseball, to have a bunch of different guys that are tough to pitch to in specific ways, because managers, by and large, are looking for that pocket to use a specific reliever, right? So if you have 3 straight guys or 2 of 3 that are prone to sinkers in, that gives you a chance to bring in your sinker baller for that pocket. So the more varied tendency breakers you have in a lineup, the better off you're going to be. So if there's a lot of chase and a lot of swing and miss based on breaking balls, all in a certain lane in that lineup, I think that's a problem. So the more varied the offense gets, to me, and I know I'm not watching them 162, so caveat emptor, but to me, you just need a more varied lineup. It's what has made Cleveland.
What'd you say? Caveat
what's
what?
That? Caveat emptor, buyer beware. Buyer beware.
Okay.
You know, when people say it's a caveat, like caveat emptor, the caveat meaning beware, emptor meaning buyer.
Wow. That's hot. I'm going to add that to my game to repeat.
He's going to say that 1,000 times in the next hour.
Pretty much. Thanks a lot, Jason. You've just now foist that upon the rest of us, except out of Brock's mouth, where he'll use it incorrectly. So thank you. I really appreciate that.
No, I'm pumped because and then Brock's going to go home and watch Rain Man and just start saying 20 minutes to Wapner over and over and over.
It's not that different from how he is now. Okay, so vary the lineup. That's sort of the big takeaway there.
He's crying. I made him cough once because he was laughing so hard. Now he's crying. Are you okay, bud?
I'm
okay?
good. Continue. You too.
Oh.
No, I'm great. No. I'm really, really good. Honestly, no.
Sorry, Salk. There was a weeping child in the background.
Is that what the Tigers have done, Jason? Is you sitting on, I was just looking at the record once again. I was thinking back to the dinner we had with Coach Carroll at C-Star last year at a point where you guys, one of your bosses, one of your front office people got in an argument with somebody else there. Like, we did not sell. And the other guy said, no, what are you talking about? We sold our best pitcher. And then you go on this magnificent run. It's carried into 2025. If you were to say, hey, man, this is what I've learned of a blueprint of the best team in the American League right now, what in the heck is AJ and crew doing in Detroit?
It's maximizing all 26 roster spots as much as you possibly can. It's having one for every situation at least. And it's having as many skill sets specifically for a moment. Like the biggest swing of their postseason last year was from Andy Ibanez against Josh Hader in that series against Houston. And Andy Ibanez is on the team to mash left-handed pitching. That is his job. His career OPS versus left-handed pitching is right now basically Matt Olson for this season. So if you take those little snapshots, right, you have somebody who's an 800 OPS against right-handed pitchers, and you can add for that situation another quasi all-star or Hall of Very Good player. it's not an overall picture. Like when people say like, oh, this team's whiff rate is 27%, it's like, well, who is the guy that's up right now? Do they have that same characteristic? And AJ Hinch has maximized what each position on the roster can do. And credit Scott Harris, the team president, Jeff Greenberg, the GM as well, for building a roster that has a bunch of different skill sets. If you are specifically the best guy for this spot, the Tigers have one for that moment. And that is more than anything, like, I think that's good corporate advice. I think that's good teamwork advice. Like, maximize the person, everybody on your roster. It's like watching Brock at dinner with a TV crew. He's like, yeah, this napkin makes me think of Brandon. Brandon, you mentioned napkins 3 weeks ago.
Perfect.
And he maximizes everybody.
It's spot on. Hey, so let me ask you a question about that, because this kind of goes to a debate Brock and I have been having. Someone like Andy Ibanez, who you said was on there to mash left-handed pitching, how much does he hit against right-handed pitching?
Not that much, right? But AJ Hinch can leave him there for an at-bat if he feels like he's going to steal another one against a left-hander later.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing that AJ Hinch does that I think managers forget sometimes, honestly, truly forget in Major League Baseball, is sometimes he'll leave a guy on the bench because as a pinch hitter, it's the only time as a manager you can decide who that batter's facing. So if he really likes Kerry Carpenter versus Colin Snyder, he can wait for Colin Snyder to come in the game and put Kerry Carpenter into the game for that. Like 3rd and 1, you want a quarterback that can run the sneak or just like option or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You put him in for that situation. You don't have to wait for the randomness of the lineup to turn over. So he gets leverage moments that he feels like are advantageous late by using pinch hitters.
So it raises, kind of gets into a deeper conversation. Jason Benetti with us here. And, Brock and I have kind of gone back and forth with maybe the team in the past was a little too formulaic, a little more predictable. You bring in the lefty, we're going to bring in the righty. You bring in this guy, we're going to do that. And that other managers maybe had a sense as to kind of, what was going to happen. And some of Dan's moves in the first couple months of this season have been against that. Let's just say they've not been traditional, or at least what we would consider modern traditional, with the way managers tend to manage now. And I found myself thinking, my wife was telling me this story about AI, and people are trying to fool AI by asking it questions that it's like not really prepared to answer. Like they'll say, hey, AI, create me a room with absolutely no elephants. And AI will put an elephant in the room because it sees the word elephant. It's just not programmed to do absolutely no elephants. It doesn't really understand what that means, so it kind of goes haywire. And I wonder how much that exists in today's game of baseball where, hey, we're going to go to the righty, so they're going to go to the lefty. Wait a minute. Why is Dylan Moore still in the game? Wait, why are we now getting, Miles Mastrobuoni? How much does that affect a modern manager, I guess, is the short question after a very long setup.
Long question.
Sorry.
If you asked AJ, I actually don't know that you could call it a question. If you asked AJ, just kidding. If you asked AJ Hinch, I think his answer would be that you have to be unpredictable. From watching AJ for the past couple of years and just watching baseball over the last 10 or so, I think this is a lot like poker. I think it's a lot like the World Series of poker, that you come in and you know that this tendency for Freddie Deeb or this tendency for Johnny Chan, and then it's his job to break that. It's that player's job to break that tendency. And so AJ Hinch pinch hitting for Spencer Torkelson, pinch hitting for, one of the home run leaders on the team, Kerry Carpenter, in May, puts it on tape, right? Brock, I think of football a lot, honestly. We go into a game and it's 3rd down and 2, and they're 90% run. If there's a play action pass there, the next week, the other team's going to take you as you lie. And is it going to be 50-50 this week? Or can you go back to what you're really good at? So you mix one in to cleanse the palate and break the tendency. And I think that's enormous in Major League Baseball, as long as you're doing it for that reason. But if you then, because you're just being untraditional and you're keeping a righty-righty matchup and you do it 10 times and it actually makes the player worse, then you're not reaping the benefits of that tendency break. And instead, you're just running a guy into a wall. So I think it's about picking your spots on that. But in my understanding, it is very important to make the other manager believe that your counterattack is coming and then not send in the troops.
Hey, what do you remember from Waino talking about Julio? You mentioned Cal and how he's covering everything. Just kind of curious, because I think in that Saturday game, did Julio struggle in a couple big moments as well, and late and everything else. And he's such a conversation piece for us. And now that he's got Cal that has just taken off, meteoric rise, what do you, and in particular, what did Waino think of Julio's heat map?
I don't remember exactly like where we went with that, but I do, the juxtaposition with Cal in the lineup. It's not Julio versus Cal. I think Cal Raleigh being on your team makes everybody else's swing decisions seem pedestrian sometimes because he is so good at controlling the zone, even though Cal's swing rate is, what it is. His chase rate is like 31% or something like that. The one thing that it strikes me that I think everybody, this is not just a Julio thing, and I'm not trying to obfuscate, but I really think Cal Raleigh is the centerpiece of the discussion because his meatball swing percentage, they have on Baseball Savant meatball swing percentage, how often you swing at balls in the middle of the zone. He's at like 86%. He swings at fat pitches and does damage on fat pitches. He has like 8 home runs in the middle of the plate. And I think swing take decisions are so important. So what struck me with them near each other in the lineup is like, get the real pitch you can break a window with and do something with that. It's less about Julio and more about when you have somebody on the roster who does damage like that, it makes everybody else seem like they're doing it less, at least to me as an observer.
As you've been traveling around the league this year with the Tigers and or with Fox, what have you thought of the league in general? Because it does feel like there are not a lot of great teams out there.
Yeah, it's inconsistent, right? Like it's just inconsistent. And I think part of it is schedule. Part of it, 2 things, guys, that I think that are worth watching later in the season. Number one, how many off days have you had recently? Setting up your rotation and setting up your bullpen is uber important. The Tigers have 2 losses in the last couple weeks when they've either had a bullpen day, pitching chaos, or they've just not had a bullpen that could be readily available for the specific situations that AJ Hinch wants because of usage, because of doubleheaders, whatever it might be. I think that's really important. Like, what does your schedule look like? What has your opponent been doing recently? The other piece of this, and I don't know what it is today, but as of 2 days ago, there were 10 teams in Major League Baseball over league average, weighted runs created plus, that damage metric, league average is 100. There were 10 teams over 100 versus left-handed pitching. 10 teams. A third of the league was doing anything above average damage against left-handed pitching. Are right-handed batters getting worse? I don't know. Part of it, I've posed this question to a number of people, including our brass. I think part of it is the left-handed pitchers in the league are just so good. It's like when you have a lefty, the lefty starters are aces. Carlos Rodon, Max Fried, Tarek Skubal, Cole Reagans, whoever it is. But I also think right-handed bats just aren't doing as much damage for whatever reason, whether people are hunting left-handed power. I don't know what it is, but there is a gap right now in the industry. And we even asked our friends at Sport Radar, as of May the 24th or whatever, where does this rank in left-handed slug compared to other through May 24th? And it was 6th worst since 1974. So that's another trend. Is right-handed power not there? Are the lefties that good? And what does that do for teams who have good left-handed pitchers? And will teams see this and seek out lefties with a little bit more fervor at the deadline? I don't know.
I love that. It's a fascinating idea. My eyes would tell me that the lefties we see in the league now throw a lot harder I know everyone throws a lot harder, but the lefties really throw a lot harder. It used to be any lefty who could touch 95. You were like, whoa, this is unique. And, I mean, Randy Johnson is sort of stands alone as the one hard-throwing lefty starter from, most of our time watching this game. And now it's like you got guys every day, it looks like, from the left side throwing 97, 98, 99 miles an hour. And if it's a rarity to even see a lefty, right, just because there are fewer of them, and now they're throwing as hard as they are, I wonder if that combines to make it so challenging. That's just a hypothesis.
No, honestly, I've been wondering about this since we started looking it up. Like, there are a couple of hypotheses, and I think that's definitely one of them. I think I'd add on to that is, like, lefties can get righties out now. We're farming major league pitchers. If you look at the San Francisco bullpen, and it's one of the best bullpens in the league. Look at the Giants bullpen. It's like 2 or 3 in ERA. They have one lefty pitcher. Part of it is righties are getting lefties out too, and lefties are doing the same to right-handers. So if lefties are throwing that hard, they're getting righties out as well. We're farming pitchers in Major League Baseball who have that duality, right? Who can get both hands out. And I think that might be an important part of it as well, is that lefties are not only getting lefties out, we've created sort of bionic lefties who have stuff that can get righties out, like a really good changeup, a back shoe breaking ball that really does damage to right-handers, that's precise enough to not spin in the zone.
They're not throwing
it
those
could be a lot of
flip
things.
curveballs that just sort of, take on the outside edge of the plate to righties. They actually have a real out pitch that can get a righty out, which, if you go back 15 years, they didn't have that. They just were sort of hoping to catch the outside edge of the zone with an 85-mile-an-hour curveball, and if it missed, it was getting hit a mile. Yeah, that's fascinating.
Correct.
I like that. Oh, that's a good conversation.
Yeah.
Next time,
just watch it as the year goes
we
on.
don't need you. Could you leave? Let Jason and I just keep talking baseball. We're done with you.
Next time, why don't you two just do the whole segment? Caveat emptor here.
I know. Poor Brock feels left out.
Not to obfuscate.
No, he doesn't. He learned a new Latin phrase.
Not to obfuscate. I mean, do you use fancy words? Do you just dumb down during football season for me? Is that kind of my takeaway from this 20 minutes? Because you don't use
third
words
down
like
throw.
Obfuscate.
Me like throw third down.
Caveat emptor. Duality.
Do you understand it now? Me throw. Me punt fourth down. Torrey Taylor like.
Okay, I guess you do.
Are we done?
Thanks.
All right, Jason.
I think so.
Thank you. I'm sorry you had to witness the fire alarm situation here at T-Mobile on Saturday.
Oh, that was great.
It was some great
that was great.
FaceTime for Trevor Gooby, who was all over it though.
How cool is T-Mobile?
Is that who that was with the? Is that who that was?
Yeah,
with
I almost texted you.
Earpiece?
He's there. He runs the facilities there. He's like one of the world's best humans. He's like an awesome, tremendous person, and he was getting a lot of screen time. I was feeling bad for Trevor in that spot.
But that was a cool night,
No, you
right,
can't.
Jason? I mean, just T-Mobile.
I love that ballpark, Brock. Like I love that
legitimately,
ballpark.
you and I talk about this, right? Autzen Stadium, Nebraska. You and I have our favorites. When it comes to you getting a Fox game and doing a big game on a national, like where would T-Mobile rank in your? Is it in your top 5?
Top 3. It's a top 3 ballpark for me. Just atmosphere, the feel of it. They did a great job with the design. It gets very loud. I enjoy actually that there's that open air down the left field line, because you never feel like you're indoors, because when it's chilly outside, it's a little chilly in there. And I actually think that adds to the atmosphere. I really do.
Where's Rate Field on that list?
Check, please. Here's the thing about Rate Field. The food is great. The food is great. You may see that in the booth here, the sunlight just bakes you during the day. So we were doing games in 2020
I didn't
during
even realize that's where you were right now. Yeah. I was just asking. I didn't even realize. I'm looking at the schedule. That was Jason Benetti joining us yesterday from beautiful Rate Field in Chicago, and a lot of good fun baseball conversation. Unfortunately, the baseball that followed, not as fun. Another anemic day for the Mariners bats, other than Cal Raleigh. How serious is the problem? Brock's in next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Seahawks head coach Mike McDonald, exclusively with Brock and Salk.
Your cohort, Mr. Schneider, talked a lot this offseason about pivoting. How was all of that?
It's kind of how we operate. You're looking at the lens of what we're trying to build, what's going to be best for us. I know it seemed like a lot, but we had time kind of behind the scenes here. And I thought we ended up with a team we're really excited about. The guys that are here are fired up for.
Watch the full conversation on the Seattle Sports YouTube page or get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software, upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
An Aussie trekker travels to America to hike an epic trail.
It was rocky, it was imposing.
But Eric Robinson never made it to the end. I'm Dave Cawley. Follow my podcast, Uinta Triangle, UINTA, on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
brought to you by the Capital One Savor Card. With Savor, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Savor Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
So I want to show you, Brock, all these numbers.
Yeah.
But I dropped my glasses and then I stepped on them. So I don't know if I can read any of the numbers that I got. I know. They're cheap. No, they're like cheap glasses, so it's fine.
Costco, 3 for $20?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, it's not going, I'm not going bankrupt with the glasses, but it means that I may struggle a little bit.
What is your magnification these days? 1.25? 1.5? 1.7?
There we go. Yeah, somewhere in that 175 range. I'd say 175 sounds about right. Somewhere in that range.
Is that the batting average of the Mariners over the last?
Hey-o. Now, I was given the numbers earlier, man. Like, when things are bad, don't just give opinions, give numbers, right? Mm-hmm. And the numbers are bad, like 3-6 at home here on this homestand, 4-11 in your last 2 homestands.
Yeah.
13-21 in your last 34 games.
Yeah.
Those aren't numbers. Those are just facts. Those are.
Say that again. 13-21.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one of all of them that kind of, because, you have a little short sample size, homestand here, homestand there. The Dodgers are going to get swept at home. Yeah, but 13-21, that's kind of chunky. That's not a.
That's more than half your season.
Yes, so far. Yeah. That's 34 of your 62. Yeah,
61.
That's not what you want to be doing. That's not the kind of ball you want to be playing. And it's not, those are numbers. And like we say all the time in baseball, do the numbers back up my eyes? In this case, do my eyes back up those numbers? And that answer is a definitive yes.
Yeah, 32.
Take Cal out of this, Salk.
Oof.
Take this superhuman.
Please don't.
I texted you last night and I said, is this what it must have felt like to be an Angels fan, where you got Ohtani, as one of the game's best, and even Trout, who's there half the time? Like, is this what it felt like for them? Because right now, Cal Raleigh is Shohei Ohtani, and it's still not enough. Not enough. At 13-21 in the offensive woes of just about everybody not named J.P. Crawford consistently in that 34-game stretch.
Yeah, so just to finish with some of the big picture numbers, I did some of this at 6, but just to go over it again, 32-29, 3 games above 500, there's your record. Mm-hmm. A year ago through 61 games, you were 2 games better, 34-27. So you're 2 games behind where you were at this point last year. And just in terms of pace, you're pacing right now for 85 wins, which, by the way, is exactly what you finished last year at. So that's just sort of the big picture. When you start to try to figure out the why and what's changed from month 1 to month 2, looking at Baseball Reference last night, and a reminder, they update a little late, so it doesn't include last night's game, but that actually kind of works out better because it gives you a very easy 30-game and 30-game sample size.
Mm-hmm.
April and March is 30 games. May and June together, 30 games. Like, it couldn't have worked out better. It was like just a perfect 30-30. And when you look at it, Brock, there's a couple of things that are just in pretty stark contrast. You know that I'm going to focus on home runs and walks.
Right.
Well, the home runs and walks, there's a stark contrast. 45 in the first 30, 35 in the next 30. That's a 10 home run difference, despite Cal Raleigh losing his mind through half of May and into June.
Yeah, that's Dylan, Randy, and Jorge, because those guys all hit bombs early, and none of them yet. Tellez probably the most consistent in both months, probably hit 4 in both months.
Mm-hmm.
And Julio kind of hit, 3 or 4 or 5 in both months. And Cal's been, meteoric. But yeah, that's your older guys. That's Dylan,
those guys
Jorge,
just dropped off.
Yep, and Randy, unfortunately.
Walks. The walks are an even starker contrast. 134 to 88.
Yeah.
And I told you I've given in on the strikeout thing, but I'm going to tell you the strikeouts have remained almost exactly even. 268 to 271. I mean, statistically almost the same. You're talking about a 3 strikeout difference over 30 games. But the walks and home runs are mammothly different.
Yeah.
That's you can handle some strikeouts. By the way, those strikeout numbers still aren't that bad. They're okay. They're not bad. They're not terrible. But you got to walk. You can't take 88 walks in 30 games when the 30 before you were taking 134. That's a huge difference, and then not to hit home runs. So the big things, but it's not just the big things. It's the little things and the aggressiveness.
I think of all of those, Salk, all of those kind of fit my eye.
Yeah.
The one that's the most shocking is kind of the identity question that I know Lyle kind of brought up and you guys bantered about. Like, because that first month plus, they were running.
Okay, so let me give the number. The number is in the first month, 37 steals. In the next month, just 18.
Yeah.
In the next month, just 18. Yep. And it's not that you've been getting caught a ton. In fact, I'm sorry. And I said 18?
Yeah.
It's only 16. No.
Oh, geez.
Is that a 16? I don't have my glass. I can't tell.
Lyle, what is it, Lyle? Is it 18 or 16?
That's a 6. It's only 16.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
16. Cheapers.
It's only 16.
Yeah. And some of that's not getting on base with those walks. Some of that's opportunity. But that's also, I mean, that to me was.
Some of it has to be both Luke Raley and Victor Robles not being there really at all throughout May and June. I mean, those are two guys that you're sort of hoping will steal, but you did replace one of them with Leody Taveras, who has a couple of bags and can run about as well as. I mean, so like I don't know.
Right.
I don't feel like that should be the thing. Where'd the aggressiveness go? You got an answer on that one?
I would say, do you have an on-base percentage? Because I think there have been less opportunities.
The on-base percentage is
yes.
definitely down, right? It went from 333 to 339 to about 303. Leave me alone. I broke my glasses. Don't be mean. These numbers are so small.
I know.
This printed out in like the most minuscule font. Yeah. So I'm doing the best I can. I can read the normal stuff, but this is like, it's so small. I'm trying.
But you got to understand, you got Jimmy on your chest right now, and the way you're doing this
every time I look back, Jimmy's just like, hey, here I am.
That and also your eyes like, let's see if I can.
I'm doing the best I can. I'm playing hurt here.
So I think less opportunity, and
it's not just that though.
It can't be.
No, the numbers are my speculation. I don't have an answer to. I don't know the answer, but the speculation to me is. Some of it is who's been getting on base, right? I mean, it's Cal, it's JP. Those guys aren't real runners. Yep. And oddly, Cal has been, but I mean, like, those guys aren't running a whole lot. That's not their game. But also, I don't think you can sustain that level of running throughout a year. Dylan Moore was running for a while, and then he hurt his hip.
He hurt his hip. And
Randy got a little beat up.
Was barking a little bit. And
Julio had his little back issue. Like, I said this then, and I'm going to keep saying it. Like, if you want to play that style of game, it's great, and it adds to what you're capable of. But if you think that you can do that every single night, and that's going to be your calling card, there's a risk associated with it in terms of just getting beat up and not being able to last over the course of a season. So I don't know whether those two things are related or not. I can't tell you. But it fits my theory that it's really hard to play that game for 162, that you can do it for a 30-game stretch, but over 6 months, I just think it beats you up a lot.
Yeah, and Rowdy and Williamson are not base stealers, and Ben's been in there just about every single day. So, yeah, it is. Those numbers are they're in the data business, Salk, which I'm in. We like to call those statistically significant.
Yeah.
Those are statistically significant numbers. And, it's one of those rare occasions where your numbers and your eyes are in lockstep. You're seeing it, and you're feeling it, and you're watching as a Mariner fan, like, just, oh, my gosh, this is just, come on, boys. Win this series. Come on, boys, get this offense going with some consistency. Come on, boys, right? What Hollander was saying of how this is different this year than it was a season ago. And right now offensively over the last 30 games, this is mirroring a lot of those same struggles he had a year ago.
So what do you think? What's going on? What are we watching?
I think you said pacing earlier, right? And I feel like that's kind of some of the sense. Adam Jude said it to us earlier in the week. When the litany of injuries came and the arm injuries come, can you just find a way to stay above water till they come back? Can you just find a way to pace like I did on the treadmill this morning, Salk, so you have something at the end of the road? Right? Can you find a way to pace here for the next, I don't know, how many more bats do you want to give Rowdy? How many more bats do you want to give Solano? How many more bats do you want to give Mitch Garver? How many more bats do you want to give Tavares, right? Like how many more bats are you going to give these guys, to just hopefully just stay above that water line until you can make some real action, until hopefully Luke Raley's back. And then, I don't know. I know Lyle says an arm or two. I think a bat or two. I mean, you got the resources in the farm, or are you just going to pace and just say, hey, American League West this year, let's be in the 80s and give ourselves a shot. We are not going to rush our young guys. We're not going to trade any of our top blue chippers, and we're just going to pace our way through the season. Pace the way through the month, pace your way through the season. What is it going to be?
I don't think you can pace your way through the whole season. I mean, it just unfortunately, I look back at what the success was in April, and where did it come from? Jorge Polanco.
Jorge.
And I don't, unfortunately, just the injury thing makes it hard to know what that future looks like.
Jorge and Randy were both really good.
Well, it's more than that. Randy, there's no reason Randy shouldn't come back. I mean, he's always been a streaky player. He's had his ups, he's had his downs. He should have his ups again, I would think. You had a Leo Rivas with an on-base percentage of like 600. He's not even on the team anymore. So there's a difference, right?
What stinks too, man? 10 minutes of all of this, and we get it because your record is your record. You know what really stinks? And this is in the midst of one of the greatest 60-game stretches we've ever seen any Mariner have in its history. And in baseball, a catcher doing things never really done in the sport.
I get it, but were you as shocked as everybody else when they decided to pitch to him with a first base open in the 6th inning? What are they doing? Why would you pitch to that man?
Yep.
Man on third, 2 outs. Go take your base, sir. Have fun.
Well, that's coming.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to play you the sound. We got to take a quick break. I'm going to come back, give you everything you need to know. I'm going to play you the sound. Have you heard Rick's call of the home run yesterday?
Mm-mm.
You are going to, I swear to you, you will laugh out loud when you hear Rick's call and just how shocked Rick is that they gave him a pitch to hit. It's hysterical. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
He's just eating right now.
Okay.
Cal Raleigh.
I like that.
How about that?
He's in the zone right now, and he's doing it from both sides of the plate, which is the most impressive thing. And he's played every single day, even on his day off.
You do think, are you going to get days off? I mean, you're hanging on to Garber to give Cal days off.
Right.
That's the one fear I have with Cal's season so far is hey, let's get this guy some time.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Do you have a car you'd like to sell but don't want to go through all the hassle? With all the scams and security risks out there, more and more people are uncomfortable selling their own car. So how do you get the most money for your used car without selling it yourself? Stacy here with the answer. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your car and pay you right up front for it, but it gets way better. Once they resell your old car, they share half the profit with you. The question I get most from my friends and colleagues is, what's the catch? And how can they offer this? It's super simple. All the money they save by not traveling to buy cars at auctions, like purchase fees, shipping, and travel expenses, is what allows them to offer this. They'd rather share that money they save with you than outside vendors. They encourage you to shop around, but if Wayscar Ford can pay you the same or more as their competitors and then share half their profit with you once they resell your car, why would you sell your car anywhere else? They've already shared over $800,000 with customers, and it's only at Wayscar Ford. That's wayscarford.com, Wayscar Ford in Auburn.
Synthetic Turf Northwest is now open in Fife, the South Sound headquarters for premium synthetic turf. They help homeowners with a turnkey solution, DIYers, and contractors and landscapers needing quality products. With premium turf in stock, expert advice, and pro installation services, everything you need is under one roof. Visit their new showroom off I-5 in Fife, Synthetic Turf Northwest. Supplies and installation expertise all in one place. Mention radio for up to $1,000 off. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Jet City Harley. 600 new Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Jet City Harley. Visit JetCityHarley.com.
Payments based on extra models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fee. See dealer for details.
The perfect Father's Day gift. Time. This year, take Dad to LeMay, America's Car Museum, to explore 100 years of rare and luxurious vehicles and get your adrenaline rush in the racing simulators. Fun for all. Visit americascarmuseum.org today.
You know what's faster than your paycheck? Literally everything. It's time to get your pay up to speed. With EarnIn, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the EarnIn app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. EarnIn is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
Guys, tired all the time? Gaining weight? Low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Men's Health in Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. No guessing, just answers. Over 100,000 men have trusted Revive to get real results. More energy, better sleep, improved mood, and confidence that shows. If something feels off, don't wait. Take control and protect your long-term health by knowing your numbers. This offer ends June 30th. Schedule your free comprehensive wellness panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Feel better, live stronger. Start now.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head, was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Eddie's! This Father's Day at Lowe's, score free gifts for the greatest dad. Right now, get a free Blackstone 8-piece accessory kit when you buy a Blackstone 28-inch griddle. Plus, get 2 free select Craftsman V20 tools when you buy an RP brushless drill and impact driver combo kit. Shop these deals and more this Father's Day at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, another night where you only score 3 runs, and another night where it's, or day in this case, where it's not enough. Mariners beaten by the Orioles. They only scored 12 runs, the Orioles did, in a sweep. That is a testament to just how little the Mariners offense is producing right now. Not surprisingly, it was Cal Raleigh who provided all the offense. I say not surprisingly. The only surprise was that there was a pitch thrown to him in that spot.
Here's the stretch. This will be ball 2. No, instead of swinging a fly ball deep to right field. Going back, Kirstad to the warning track to the wall. Goodbye, baseball. just into the front row of seats down the right field line. Cal Raleigh with his 24th home run of the season.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be an unintentional, intentional walk. If you're not going to just put him on,
right.
surely you're not going to give him anything to hit. This will be ball 2. No, it's a home run.
We celebrated back-to-back 30 home run seasons. Never been done by a Mariner catcher, ever. He's at 24 home runs through 61 games.
Mm-hmm. It's unbelievable. It really is remarkable. I don't know why they would pitch to him in that spot. He drives in all 3 runs in the game. The problem is rest of the lineup goes 7 for 31, 12 strikeouts. And even with a pen in Baltimore that was short and had thrown their leverage arms over the last couple of games, you weren't able to tack on at all. Adley Rutschman hits a home run. Gunnar Henderson hits a home run. Back-to-back jobs in the 6th against Brian Wu. And that was kind of all she wrote.
That's baseball. It's it can be an up and down game at times, and that's the way it is sometimes. But I think this team, again, with the spirit they have, the heart they have. We'll be back, and this is we still have a long way to go, and we're going to get started here once we turn the page on this and get started on the road.
I think all those things are true. I think this team does have spirit. I think they will bounce back. I don't think this is necessarily indicative of who they are full time, but they've looked pretty dead the last couple nights. This has not been scrappy, battling, etc. They've just not looked good.
Yeah, just come back to that. Can't hit a fastball. I mean, Dylan Moore's pinch hit for. He's got 6 swings. He doesn't foul any of those fastballs off, all 6 of them. And I know it's a righty. You burned all your other lefties. I mean, you had your lefties to start that inning, and they couldn't do anything either. And yeah, it's just Randy not hitting the fastball yesterday. There's, and again, this is not. It's such a hard sport. It is such a difficult thing to do. But when you do hear a Dave Valley, when you do hear a Goldie, when you do listen to those broadcasts, just listen when they're like, "Oh, that was a good one to hit." Like that was 93. Like that's the one. Like you got to hit. You got to do some damage with. In the last 30 games, as you've referenced, statistically, there has just not been enough damage.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Outside of JP and Cal.
Hopefully, a little trip to Anaheim will help. Angels 28-33, though they are coming off a series win in Boston. You'll get Bryce Miller against Kyle Hendricks tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, OTAs are done, Brock. They'll do mandatory mini camp practices next week. We'll talk to Brady Henderson at 8:30 this morning about what we saw, or certainly what he saw. Cooper Kupp was there, and he's pretty excited about the group.
I think the thing that's really cool is we got guys that can do everything, right? And not just saying, like, there's one guy that does this one thing, or there's this guy that does this one thing. There's a fullness of each guy. Like, hey, I can be involved in the run game. I can be involved in the third level of the defense. I can attack each level. I can do the underneath stuff. And so, like, you have guys that can do everything. Makes it really cool to be able to move guys around and be able to say, hey, look, you don't know where it's going to be coming from, but each guy's got their opportunities in every part of the game. So it's a cool thing about our group, and guys, I think, pride themselves on that.
Kind of Detroit Tiger AJ Hinch right there, huh? 26 guys on my major league roster. I better have 26, different places to put them in, different little channels to put them in and plug them in, and opportunities and play to their strengths. And yeah, you do. You got a lot of variety in that receiver room. You got variety in the tight end room. You got variety in the quarterback room. You got variety all over the place.
Well, he likes that group.
Variety's the spice of life.
Ernest Jones on the other side, Brock, he likes his defense.
I like us, man. I like us versus anything and anybody. That's how I leave it.
It's a little shorter, but I love what he has to say.
And therein, right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the difference between offense and defense.
Right? I like
right,
us.
Tight, close, C left, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat alert, versus check blitz.
That's pretty good.
62 stack monster.
I like us. I like it, and I'll leave it at that.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
You said it was a pretty good basketball game last night. It certainly ended in an exciting way. Tyrese Halliburton completing the comeback for Indiana.
Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again. Their first lead of the game.
So Reggie Miller not on the call. Right, and it's ESPN, ABC. Oh, first lead of the game, Saul. They were down 15. This has been their story all postseason long. 15, 20, 20, 15, doesn't matter. Somewhere I can imagine Rick Smits, Reggie Miller,
Nice,
right?
Rick Smits.
Didn't you love Rick Smits back in the day?
Dale Davis. Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis. Look at
Chuck Person, the rifleman.
You once loved basketball.
I did, yeah.
It was once your first love.
Yeah, it used to be a really fun sport to watch.
I'll say
Not anymore.
this. I'll say this. Two things last night. We got back from, I don't know what we were doing, and we were sitting there and doing some football stuff, and we had actually the softball game on, Salk.
Mm-hmm.
The women's national. Unbelievable. Texas Tech, down to the wire. Texas Tech wins it. Brittany and Patrick are there up in their little suite watching, celebrate. Unbelievable. So they'll have a deciding game 3 today, and that just ended, and Titus on the ticker was like, oh, flip it over to the basketball. Look at it. There's 9 seconds left. So we flipped it over to that and watched that. Both those sports, kind of like hockey. Right, all these other sports not named college football or the NFL or whatever, like they're in a sweet spot right now, man. Just team. There have not been 2 collective better teams in the NBA Finals in the last 20 years. It's not about the stars. Yeah, they got this MVP, SGA. You don't even know him. That's fine. They both play 8, 9, 10 guys, and they both share the ball, and they both play relentless defense, and they both have built actually their team in that image. And it's been very, very refreshing.
I'm sorry, I tuned out there for a minute. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour.
I love basketball.
I just can't. I can't do it. I can't. I couldn't even convince anyone in my family to turn it on.
Look at you. You could name every player on those Indiana
Of course.
teams.
I loved the NBA. Loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Yep.
I got zero.
Nate McMillan, Hershey Hawkins, Gary Payton, Sean Kemp.
Was Detlef Schrempf on that team for a little while? Did he? I mean, no. Did he go to Indiana for a little while too?
He started his career, I believe, in Indiana.
That's kind of what I remember.
Oh,
yeah, it wasn't just here, right? He was in Indiana for a while. I kind of remember him there. I did like me some Chuck Person, and I liked some Dale Davis. Kind of like both those guys. Never cared for Rick Smits, but yeah.
No, Rick's feet. You know, he just always had the feet issues. This is a big thing.
Otherwise, he would have been, an all-timer. Okay, Brock. I got to play this out.
He was Dutch, too, right? Remember Rick Smits?
He was Dutch. Yeah, of course he was. If he ain't Dutch, he ain't much. At least that's what I've been told.
I don't even have to say it.
Rich Eisen? Do you hear any of this Rich Eisen sound?
Dude, did he take a shot at my boy?
I don't think so.
Are you sure?
I think he's taking a shot at a straw man. I'll tell you, I'll play this out
I purposely didn't
next.
listen. If he took a shot, I'm going to do it live on the air. I'm going to text him and say,
no, he didn't take a shot.
Don't you dare take a shot.
He's not taking a shot. I'll play it next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
You know, when Cal comes into work, I mean, he's a catcher. He's looking at game plans and how to get guys. So I know there's been a lot of talk about the heavy workload, but I mean, he's built for that. Some guys are just built to last.
Dan, he knows what it takes to be a catcher. He knows that life. He knows the grind and the pain in the knees and the lower back.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This Father's Day at Lowe's, score free gifts for the greatest dad. Right now, get a free select DeWalt, Craftsman, or Cobalt tool with purchase of a select battery kit. Plus, get a free Werner 2-foot aluminum ladder when you buy an 8-foot fiberglass ladder. Shop these deals and more this Father's Day at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Allergy and sinus symptoms are annoying. They're frustrating and can ruin an entire day. They're also curable. I'm Dr. Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. We can free our patients of awful symptoms by testing and treating their allergies to simple, non-invasive treatments. Stop suffering from nasal congestion, sneezing, runny nose, facial pain, and even snoring. Let us help you get relief. Easily, quickly, and permanently. We're local in Federal Way and in Auburn. Come see us or book your appointment at sternsinus.com.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
June is Men's Health Month, and we want to place a special emphasis on prostate cancer awareness and treatment. It's important for men to communicate about issues relating to their health, especially family health history. Prostate cancer has been in the news, and right now I'm joined by Dr. Landis from the Swedish Cancer Institute. Dr. Landis, how common is prostate cancer?
Prostate cancer is very common. About 1 in 8 men will develop prostate cancer here in the U.S. That ends up being about 300,000 cases per year.
How can men test for prostate cancer?
Well, first thing, patients should ask to have PSA screening from their primary care doc. Anyone 50 or over, and if you have a family history starting at 45 is pretty typical.
If diagnosed, why should patients seek out Swedish CyberKnife for treatment?
What we hear from patients all the time is that treatment really was amazing. They didn't have to take time off of work. The side effects are really minimal, and there was minimal interruption in their lives.
Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I don't think these are shots, Brock. I'll play them for. I don't hear it that way. I think there's some confusion, but I don't think there's shots. So
I'll call them live on the air. You know that.
No, you won't.
I play music live on my air from my phone.
Please don't.
If I feel like this is a shot, I'm gonna call Rich right here on the phone on live radio.
I don't think there's any real need for that. So Rich Eisen got back from vacation yesterday and decided he wanted to talk about the Mike McDonald, Sam Darnold, and our question about whether or not there was any possibility that there could be a quarterback competition, and he played the whole thing, and it was nice, and they gave credit to us and stuff, which was cool. Says courtesy of the Brock and Salk show. But here's Rich. He's not wild about the whole idea.
It's absurd, positively absurd. And I appreciate the question being asked, I guess, but it's not going to happen. Let me ask you what's more likely.
Well, that's tomorrow.
Let me ask you what's more likely here. And chime in, please. Okay. What's more likely? We saw Sam Darnold turn a professional corner last year, or it was all Fugazi and he's going to revert to his first few years in Seattle. And they made a massive mistake, and there's going to be a big problem, and he's going to be like Matt Flynn, and Jalen Milroe is going to get the start because at least he's going to be the future, and the future's now, and let's get him snaps sooner rather than later. Your thoughts? What's more likely?
There's not a non-zero chance of the second thing happening.
I'm not. That's why it's not zero, non-zero versus more than zero. It's called what's more likely.
Well, it's not fun when the person
what is more likely?
Well, that's a real extreme. You're giving me two extremes.
So if you
wait, is that how we treat Lyle?
No.
Lyle, do you listen to that and go, oh, so this is how old guys do it, huh? This is how old timers pick on their youngster. Are we that harsh on you, Lyle? Do Salk and I put you in that kind of position?
I think it's in a different way, but no.
Oh, okay.
Good.
All right.
Thank you for being very, very strong in your opinion there. I think Rich is being a little unfair to his producer co-host in that spot.
Mm-hmm.
I think Rich kind of got this one wrong. He keeps saying this narrative out there that if you listen to the whole thing, and I watched it all this morning. Mm-hmm. He's like, this narrative out there that Sam Darnold's not going to start. That is not a narrative. Nor was that question a nod to that narrative that does not exist. No one is giving that narrative that Sam Darnold should not or is not going to start. But after not speaking to him, Mike McDonald, since they changed over their entire quarterback room and not having an opportunity to ask whether this is a competitive situation or not, it's a fair question to ask, and I stand by it still. I don't think it's ridiculous. I don't think it's absurd. I don't think it's crazy. I appreciate that Mike wants to back his guy and be adamant in his support of his starting quarterback. I have no problems with that whatsoever. Good for him. That's being a great coach and taking advantage of an opportunity with the media to show publicly how much he loves his guy. But it's not absurd to wonder whether or not there's a quarterback competition. It's not absurd, and that's what his co-host is trying to get to there. What's more likely? It's more likely that Sam Darnold is good. Mm-hmm. Is it 100%? No, of course not. He's had one good year in his career. It's the most recent year, which is great. And hopefully it shows that he's turned a corner. But you're going to bet your life on that? Mm-hmm. No, of course not. It's more likely than not.
What kind of odds are you going to put on it?
Like a percentage?
Yeah, percentage that he is more likely. Hey, Text Toy, you can weigh in on this
What's
as well.
the percentage chance
866
that Sam Darnold is for real, that last year is the real Sam Darnold?
Yep. What's the percentage chance of that versus the
percentage
that he turns into a pumpkin?
All right, what do you think?
866-979-3776.
Is there a middle ground there, by the way?
Of course there is, Salk.
I mean, I would kind of want to be able to give three answers to that. Chances last year was legit and he's a top 10 quarterback in football. Chances that he turns back into the guy that he was with the Jets. Or the chance that he's somewhere in the middle, that he's okay. Mm-hmm. He's not incredible. He's not what he was last year. He's not as bad as he was early in his career. Mm-hmm. What do you think those chances are?
Well, I think if you're going to, is it the craps table that you put different money on different numbers?
Yes.
Yeah. So that one, I would kind of put my my coins in the third scenario, that he's going to be all right. That he's not going to be a top 10 quarterback. He's not going to be a pumpkin and a turnover machine.
And even then, what do you think the chances are of that? If I had to really guess here, and I'm just making these numbers up because I hadn't thought about it this way. Mm-hmm. 30, 50, 20?
30 that he is
a top 10 guy, that he's what he was last year.
Okay.
50% that he's going to be less than that, but not as bad as he was early in his career. Mm-hmm. And 20% that he turns back into a pumpkin.
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
I kind of like those numbers.
30, 50, 20? I mean, you could move them around a little bit. Maybe it's 30, 45, 25. I don't know the exact number, but it's somewhere in that range, don't you think? Mm-hmm. I think it's more likely because it's more recent that what he was last year is more real than what he was early in his career.
Can you correlate that to a craps table?
No, I'm not going to try. I'm not going to try.
Okay, that's fine.
It's not going to work.
You know what? That's a totally. I'm with you on a Friday. That's
Thank
a lot.
you.
I'm
I
asking
appreciate that. Thank you.
Especially with your Ebenezer's broken.
They're broken. I can't do anything.
Especially with Jimmy and his Sonics shirt that you're wearing. So no, I get it. That's too much.
30, 50, 20.
30, 50, 20 feels about right. Maybe it's 25, 50, 25. You know, maybe it's as good a chance that he's a top 10 quarterback as it is that he's just kind of not the guy.
But here's the thing. If it's 30, 50, 20, if we all agree that if you and I, do you guys agree, Maura, Lyle, do those numbers sound reasonably accurate to you? Or would you look at this totally like 60% you think he's going to be a top 10 kind of guy? What do you think? I say 30, 50, 20. What do you say? Is that reasonable?
A top 10 guy?
No, yeah, 30% he's top 10. 20% he's back to being what he was with the Jets.
I mean, I wouldn't
and
go higher
50% he's okay. He's somewhere in the middle.
I wouldn't go higher than 40.
You would?
I wouldn't.
You would not. Okay, so you're in the roughly the same area. Lyle, are you roughly in that same area?
Yeah, the 30, what did you say, 30, 50, 20? That sounds about right.
Okay, so 30, 50, 20. We all agree that there's, if that's not exact, it's somewhere in that range.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if those numbers are agreeable to all of us, then it's not absurd to ask the question.
Mm-hmm.
If you're saying there's a 30% chance that he's the same quarterback he was last year, and there's a 20% chance that, hey, he's not good, then it's an absolutely 100% fair question to ask.
Yeah. And as Rich said there, and Rich is, a little further away from it, and he sees the entirety of the league. He feels the cycles, the ups and the downs. He knows the demand around all the NFL to find your next young guy, They're frustrated in Denver, Salk. They're bored on their radio because now they got Bo Nix. And it's like, well, what are we going to talk about? Like they go out to their mini camps, and it's like, we're boring. Like we got a good defense. We got now our quarterback, and we'll see. Sean Payton doesn't really like the media. Like, what are we even going to do now after all these years of looking for the oasis in the desert of their young quarterback? They feel like they've got their guy.
Yeah.
And I thought what was telling was actually what Rich said at the end of that. It's a little bit like these Mariners pacing along, and like how long can you kind of pace until you go to your maybe young people or trade for a young guy? The Jalen Milroe thing there he brings up at the end of it. Right? Like, that's a real deal. That's a third-round pick. That's a guy with an elite trait. That's a guy that's exciting. That's a guy that can mask some issues with his legs that he doesn't quite have yet in putting the ball in play because he can do it with his legs. So, to me, that'll be kind of one of the underlying fun things over the course of the season as well.
This guy says 25, 60, 15. Yeah, okay. But we're all in the same range. And the problem is what you're saying is there's here's Rich Eisen kind of finishing this off.
They believe in him, and they're going to let him work out whatever he needs to work out, and he will be their starter in week 1. And that's that. That's that.
It's debating this.
Simple. Does he start all 17 games?
Yes, he will. If he's healthy, he will. Yes.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, like, he will if he's in the 30%. He probably will if he's in that 50% in the middle. But if he's in the 15 to 20% where he's a pumpkin, no, he's not.
So I was driving Haley to the airport yesterday, Salky. She's got her bridal shower. Do you realize we're 3 weeks away?
I do, yes.
3 weeks tomorrow.
Oh, I know.
It's starting to get real, Salky.
Yeah.
Starting to get really, really real. Driving her to the airport, and I see on my little phone my head coach at the school's calling me. See his big face on there. And do I understand that when I call you guys, my face with the bloody thing shows up? Is that true? My football,
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Good. I like that. Fake it till you make it. So he calls me and he said, "Hey, just want to let you know, man, we have the segment on our show," because he has a midday show in the Denver market, 10 to 12 he's on. And he's like, and I don't know, every day what our producer's going to put on. And KJ, our producer, does this, NFL storylines. And man, I love your guy, Salk. I love him for asking that question. He's like, we played all the sound of that as well. He's like, it was great. I mean, it was you gotta ask the question. I don't understand why, coach. He goes, I understand coach defending his guy, but I don't know why that became some big old headline. on ESPN and everywhere else because it's a great question.
It is a good question. I stand by it. I have no problems with my question at all. I would agree with Rich Eisen that
And then he's like, tell me about the personality of this guy.
jeez.
Salk.
Well, you don't have enough time in the day. You got work to do. But look, if Rich, I'll just say this to Rich Eisen. If there was a narrative out there that Sam Darnold would not or should not be the starting quarterback for the Seahawks, I would agree with you that it's absurd.
That would be absurd.
But that's not happening.
Well, and the way it was framed was after maybe a mini camp practice where he throws some picks. He doesn't look great. He looks a little frenetic.
I didn't say any of that in the question.
Right.
None of that's in the question.
Well, but he had
That's
heard
why I
that.
thought it was a strong response.
But none of that is in the, let me be clear, none of that's in the question.
I think some of the media that had got attention that had gotten outside of your question
Fair.
had seeped in, and they wanted to make sure they defended
Yes,
that.
because he didn't look very good. But that's not the question. Again, the question is we hadn't seen Mike McDonald since they changed over their whole quarterback room. I think it's a fair question.
It's a fair question. But all the media noise after that day from just about the collective group that
Understood.
follows it was like, okay, this was our first chance, right?
Right.
Because that's also not only our first chance to talk to Mike about that, that was kind of the first chance of everybody to get eyes on, okay, what does this thing look like? Oh, that's a red zone pick. Oh, that's a red zone pick, right? So the guard was up, and that noise was going to be squashed, and he did his best to do it.
Mm-hmm. But there is no narrative. That is a straw man. There is nobody making the argument today. I mean, short of, I don't know, maybe some crazies out there on the fringe that he shouldn't be the starting quarterback. He will be. I'm just wondering if there was any sort of an open competition. Is there anything that could happen? Could Milroe just light it up to the point where you're like, I can't ignore it?
Because that's what happened the last time.
That's right. That's still not that unfresh in my mind. Like it's
But
not
wouldn't you say,
yesterday.
Wouldn't you say being on the field? Wouldn't you say being through the process? Wouldn't you say the contract?
All of those things
have to
point in
agree.
that direction.
You
The
gotta
only
really close
thing
your
I would
eyes.
say is that there is more negative history with Sam, just like there's more positive history. And Drew is probably not as beloved here to that team as T-Jack was.
No.
But he did look pretty good in practice the other day. Like, again, he looked pretty good. I'm not a big Drew Lock guy, as you know. Like, I'm not sitting here beating the drum for Drew Lock to start a quarterback. I want to see what Sam Darnold's got, and I'm going to give him some time, and I'm going to be super, super fair. I'm open-minded and, in fact, somewhat optimistic about Sam Darnold. By the way, if you've been listening to the show for a while, I've been the guy who's been like, in what world is Sam Darnold that much worse than Geno Smith? I just don't see that. I see them as kind of similar. I don't think either of them are necessarily franchise quarterbacks. And so once you're in that zone, everything should be on the table. You should be open-minded about a lot of different things
You're
happening.
an open-minded guy.
That's
Salk.
just me, Brock.
It's what you are.
I'm
When I
just...
think of Mike, as I told Sanford yesterday, when I think of Salk, open-minded.
Thank you.
Open-minded.
I appreciate that about you. And I would say very much the same thing about you. Let's get to Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88!
Agree.
Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
The first hour of the show that day was Salk saying the sky is falling. No, I didn't. I just said he didn't look good. Do you guys not want to know how it went at practice? Do you not want to know? I went to practice. What'd you see? Not telling. I'm not going to tell you.
Salky, I got a question for you.
Is that what people want? You want me to not tell you?
As you look at that text toy,
yeah,
it kind of reminds me, I'll be on the water tomorrow with Captain Tom. My future son-in-law, Macy's boyfriend. It's going to be fun. On that boat, Tom's got, he's got what's called a depth finder. Do you know what a
Yeah,
depth
I know the
finder
whole
is?
thing. Yes.
Yeah, so you should see the depth finders today. Holy smokes. Like, you can, they're unbelievable. The sonar has been so improved. When you look at that text toy, would you like it to be able to have AI? So when you look at it, you could see a hologram of the person
Yes.
that is sending it to you.
I would.
Just a quick little hologram of
Yes.
where is this coming from?
Yeah.
What?
So
person is
I
sending
would
this to
know
me?
how seriously to take it.
That's exactly right.
That would be fun. I don't know. I sort of enjoy treating everybody the same. There is something nice about it. Like,
Oh, no, you don't.
treating some
No,
absolute
you don't treat the
loon.
509 like you do the 206.
Just
Watch your
treating
mouth.
some loon as if their voice matters. It's kind of fun. Brock, Brock, question
them all
number
the
one.
same.
Would you let me get to Blue 88? The final Seahawks top 50 players were announced. What is one key position not represented at all?
Tight ends.
Well, who would you put in there in their top 50 of all time?
I mean, I voted for it, Salk, so I get it. I understand it.
There's not an
I mean, you
organization
realize
with a
I was a
great history of
nominee,
tight ends.
right? You realize I was a nominee for the top.
I'm surprised you didn't make it.
Yeah, shocking. when it came out.
I mean, John Carlson, Zach Miller, and Jeremy Stevens are probably the three best
Mike
tight ends.
Tice back in the day.
It's going way back.
There's a Pete Metzelaars back in the day. Yeah. You just have not had your Antonio Gates. You've not had, right? Your difference maker at that position. Your Gronk. You go through all the different teams at Kellen Winslow through the years, and that has been the one position that you just have not. You've had good players. You didn't even mention Jimmy Graham. He's the most productive and record-setting of all of them.
Whatever.
Don't give me that face.
I just did.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I gave you an eye roll.
And I said, don't do that.
Eye roll emoji. I'll give it to you again.
Statistically, the most significant. Yeah,
Don't
that
even mention Jimmy Graham again in the top 50 Seahawks of all time. I'll eye roll you, and we'll go right to question number two.
I didn't.
Just go to question two. Just go to number two. I'm sorry, you're done. Question number two. You've lost your privileges there,
Christian
Brock.
Fourier.
You've lost your privileges.
Christian Fourier, Jeremy Stevens.
Yeah, none of those guys are top 50.
Jimmy Graham, John Carlson,
Yeah,
nice
okay.
guy.
Brock, question number two. Aaron Rodgers, different A-Rod. Aaron Rodgers has signed with the Seahawks.
With the who?
No, the Steelers. It would have been fun if it was the Seahawks, but he signed with the Steelers. Why is Pittsburgh doing this?
Yeah, they just did not have a lot of other options, Salky.
Yeah.
I guess Kirk Cousins.
You always
could
have
say.
options.
Kirk Cousins would be the other one. Maybe you kind of wait out and see what all that looks like. But yeah, I think they're just. I think their option, frankly, honestly, and when you look at the big scheme of things, it is, but we didn't feel there's a quarterback in this class. Certainly could have taken Shador, right? Jackson Dart, those guys were there. Could have done that. Could have gone down that road. They did not want to do that. And they're going to just kind of bide their time. They're going to pace their way through with a 41-year-old that,
Yeah, I'd rather have
Comes with a
nothing.
lot
I'd
of
rather have nothing than Aaron Rodgers. I'd rather have nothing. And I got a buddy who's a big Steelers fan, grew up in Pittsburgh, and been texting on our group thread here for the last, 24 hours almost. And he's just like trying to talk himself into it. And I think that's what the Steelers are doing. They're talking themselves into it. Terrible
How
decision.
does it go with DK? How do Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf coexist?
They're both kind of weird. They might get along in their weirdness.
It
Don't you
will
think?
all be about success and prosperity and productivity.
Yeah.
Because once that wanes, and what happens when Aaron Rodgers gives him one of those and just starts ripping into him? What's DK going to do? Whew. That is going to be a
That will be very interesting. That's for sure. I didn't even think about that. All right,
You
I'm
did
all
not
in
think
on that
about it,
now.
did you?
Yeah, I'm all
Good.
in on Aaron yelling at DK and seeing what happens next.
Oh.
All right, question number three. I know you guys don't want to know what's going on at practice, but it does sound like Morris guy, Ken Walker, has been a little limited in some of the team portions of practice. How come?
Yeah, I could say pretty confidently that this is that has nothing to do with a hold in or a new contract or frustrated or any of that.
Didn't
That is
seem
a
that
zero.
way.
Yeah, it's a zero. I think they're just I think they're being a little guarded health-wise, making sure that he gets to training camp when it really, really, really matters.
Okay.
That he can go full speed. And I don't know what that is, if it's a soft tissue deal, more than likely. And that's one of the blessings and the curses, isn't it, Salk? On one side of it, you look at it and go, have you seen Ken Walker? Because the dude is nothing but a muscle-bound, but on the other side of it, can you keep all that muscle healthy, right? Can you find a way? Like, honestly, when I think about it, one of the biggest mistakes I made is I'm now projecting. One of the biggest mistakes I made, if I could go back and do it again, you know what I would have eaten? More pizza. And I would have eaten more junk. Like, it wouldn't have been 4% body fat in college. Sorry, Molly. I know you fell in love with my abs, but that was not and should not have ever been a priority. And I think, unfortunately for Ken, he has so much lean muscle mass that kind of like a 12-cylinder Ferrari, keeping it all humming together at the same time is not easy.
All right. That is today's blue.
More health than it is anything else.
Good. That's today's blue 88. All right. Well, from now on, Brock, we just, we won't tell you guys what's going on in practice. If you don't want to know, it's totally fine.
Why? What do you mean?
Well, people don't want to know. It's too hard for them to hear when things aren't the way they want it to be. Salk, you were being hyperbolic. Like, no, telling you what I saw. If you don't want to hear it, that's fine. I won't tell you anymore. I'll go to practice, and then you'll say, hey, what did you see? And I'll say, nothing.
No, you'll say, everything is awesome.
Yeah. What did you see? Oh, I'll tell you what, the offensive line's firing out of their stance. What? Is that what you want?
Sure.
We'll give you that if that's what you really want, but I think you guys want to know what's actually happening.
Mm-hmm.
What happened that day, and that's all it was, is that Sam Darnold wasn't very good. He was better, it sounds like, in the next day. And we'll find out from Brady what he looked like yesterday.
Or was he better in the period you weren't watching?
I mean, I saw a lot of the periods. It was not just that one with the 2 picks and the 2 throws behind the guy. It was a few of them where you watch him and you're like, oh, he looks a little tentative. I mean, that's how the practice went. That's okay. It's one practice.
Yeah.
But it certainly leads to a question about, like, what is, are there any possibilities for this thing being different than we thought? No. Okay, good. So we'll see what Sam does now for the rest of these and training camp and how he improves and all this stuff. I thought Mike's whole point about, teaching guys and allowing them the opportunity to make mistakes and learning from them. Yep. It's a great look into who he is as a coach.
Yep.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm like
it actually gave him. It's like one of those things we talk about with baseball managers, right? Way back when. Who was it? Jack Wilson that didn't do something. An old wedgie just ran him right over in that. But just gave him an opportunity to kind of make a point. That actually gave him a cool opportunity right there to stand up for his guy in the way that they're going to go about it.
Yeah.
In the way they want to be aggressive, both offensively and defensively, and complement each other in that way. And not go on that field, Salk, and not go on that field tight, worried about making mistakes like your boy used to do. Just man, he stepped on the field.
All right. Well, there you go. 509 wants the Stuart Smalley Seahawks report. You'll get it next time. I promise. We'll go full Stuart Smalley.
You trying to tell me, Salk, honestly, you trying to tell me that you treat the 206 the same way you treat the 509 on that text line?
You don't think
really,
so?
Are you really trying to tell me that right now this morning?
I think I try to be fair, balanced, the whole deal. All right.
Balance.
I know you've got to leave a little early today, Brock, so we're going to move up your top 12 things to look for in OTAs. I don't know whether anybody will be looking for them. Top things to look for, but don't talk about them. They're just things to look for, and then keep them to yourself. It'll be next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
In Cal, you're seeing a superstar start to develop. He's starting to get that national recognition. It's always been, when you talk about the Mariners, you'd sort of talk about the rotation as a whole. Sure. Talking about an individual, it's been Julio. And it feels like Cal is starting to move into that spot. Now, here's the thing. Neither, by baseball standards, are being paid as a superstar.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and you've heard about my success losing 35 pounds in just 8 weeks with the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan. I know you've heard from Ryan Rowland Smith as well. Well, now I want you to hear from someone just like you, a Seattle sports listener. Chad, who lives in the South Sound, he joins me now. Chad, how much weight did you lose?
I lost about 20% of my total body weight. I was down 43 pounds from the start of the reduction phase till it ended.
43 pounds. My gosh, how'd that make you feel? Would you recommend it?
Fantastic. Confident, first and foremost, for me. Much more confident, and then also just healthier, just easier to do things around the house, easier to do things at work. I would 100% recommend it. I can promise you'll lose the weight you want to lose.
Well, that's another ringing endorsement for Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Yep, Chad started his journey with just a 15-minute phone call. You can schedule yours today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Have the same kind of success I did, the same kind of success as Ryan, and the same kind of success as Chad. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C., results may vary.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you.
Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off. Select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Primer and Ceiling Paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Throw down to second base, tagged by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home. Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
Father's Day weekend is coming up, and T-Mobile Park is the perfect place to celebrate. Bring Dad out to a ball game as the Mariners take on the Guardians June 13th through 15th. And on Father's Day, the 15th, the first 10,000 dads 21 plus will score a pair of socks thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Tickets at mariners.com.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
This is going to be a very interesting open phone lines today at 9:30 between the Mike McDonald stuff and where the Mariners are at. Wow. Oh. This is going to be a really interesting, very, very interesting 9:30. I'm sorry you won't be around for it, Brock, but it is going to be fun today at 9:30 to open up the phone lines, at least based on the spiciness of the text toy. Should be pretty fun to open up the phone lines. We'll do that at 9:30 as we do on Fridays. Brady Henderson's going to join me here in about 30 minutes. Brock's got to jump out a little bit early as well. You got another wedding to go to. It's wedding season for the Hewers.
I got a bridal shower, Salk. It's
wedding season. So we're going to move this up.
Why are you going to a bridal shower? It's usually
I'm
a
going
women
with my
thing.
family. It is.
Wait, what?
I'm supporting the family. I'm not going. I'm taking them there, and then I'm going fishing.
Okay.
With the boys.
Okay.
Then you're going to do something manly.
Yeah.
Okay. Good job. Yeah, you're going to do something manly.
hopefully bring home some dinner. You know what I'm saying? Hunt and gather. So
Bring home the
bacon.
bacon.
Oh my gosh.
What we're built to do.
I didn't mean to push this so far the other
Get your
direction.
man card out on the water right now, though. We'll
damn
do this a
right I
little
do.
early. Brock's been going through 12 things to look for at OTAs. Here's number
5.
He is alive.
I think Salk's man voice might be better for this.
You think so?
Let's see.
Number 5
is alive.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But now my throat hurts.
Number 5 is alive.
5 alive?
You know
What do you
they
want to say,
Salk?
Lyle? You turn on your mic. What do you want to say?
You sound like the guy from that show, Big Mouth.
Yeah,
Big Mouth's funny.
Kind of fits. 5 is 1, Salky. 5 is 1. That's what the best O-lines are. 5 that play as 1. Going to be hard to imagine with all the new moving pieces, the new system, the demands of it, the details, all of the things that we will see that from the jump, San Francisco, week number 1.
Okay.
Hard to imagine that they're going to have that kind of continuity and cohesion and everything else, especially with the right guard competition and I think somewhat of a center competition. The other 3 spots, we know who those guys are. But I can't tell you, man. I as far as like, storylines to watch and have your eyes on, I can't tell you when they've had this lengthened of a lineup talent-wise. Now, not proven. How good are they? Who knows? But it's not a bunch of 4A, descending, old, beat up. Like, there's a lot of different guys that bring different strengths. Clint Kubiak obviously got to also bring a whole corral of coaches and intellectual knowledge and institutional knowledge about this system. Clint talking about the staff and what this run game and this O-line can be.
We're really trying to be great teachers and install a basic system, trying to put in a zone run game and put in a new language. We're trying to get guys all speaking the same language and using precise words precisely and, learning a new cadence. I mean, every day is the first day, these first 5 installs, so we're just doing a lot of teaching and we're correcting the film.
Gosh, I would love to compare and contrast their 5 installs with our 5 installs. And I don't say that in any way like arrogantly, or it would just be remarkable to
Just
look
to
at
see how advanced it is.
Just to see, the differences and how much volume they have. We have a couple guys on staff that were NFL guys. One of them, Ben Hamilton, was a lineman there with the Seahawks and the Broncos in the West Coast system. And I don't know if it's because we're near 50, but we both looked at each other like, I don't remember NFL. I just don't remember this much volume being put into these installs. So, I'll shoot you a little picture of our Salky that last night while I was watching the NBA and no Mariner game, I had a chance to kind of put it all on a board. And it's a new language, and it's a new system, and there's a whole bunch of new details. And there's no group that's more important than those 5 guys, not 2 receivers, not 2 tight ends, not 1 running back, not 1 quarterback. Those 5 guys all being on the same page together. I can't wait to watch Gray Zabel move. I can't wait to watch Bryce Cabledew move. Can't wait to watch a healthy Abe Lucas move. I know what Charles Cross can look like. He could be one of the 10 best left tackles in the game, as PFF graded him last year. So I'm excited to just watch. You'll hear college coaches, Salky, sometimes high school, but this really starts in college and into the NFL, but especially college where you can recruit, where you can now pay, where you can now go in the portal, and you can very specifically say, this is what I want. NFL to a degree, because you get to draft them, but the supply just starts to, gets just taken from you, in an instant. But I want length. I want athleticism. I want to build my team, the Oklahoma City Thunder. I want 3 7-footers with length. I want it to look like there's 6 guys on the court defensively, right? This is kind of the prototype of what I'm looking for. And, for the first time in a long time, I look at an offensive line and I see athleticism, right? I see guys that can move. Abe Lucas, you saw that from the first blink scout of your life.
Yeah.
That dude is an athlete. Charles Cross is an athlete. Gray Zabel, watching him hit a baseball. That dude is an athlete. Bryce Cabledew running 4.940. That dude is an athlete, right? I mean, that's different than what they've had in the past. And my eyes will be all over that, all camp long, all preseason long, into the regular season. Just gives you a chance to run this system. If it is Laumea and it is Lake and Tomlinson, bless their hearts, man. Bless their hearts. You ain't running this.
Just don't have it.
Anthony Bradford, I don't know how he fits, I don't. And that's not to rip him. He's a power guy. He's a 350-pound massive people mover, but can he move well enough to the second level? Can he condition well enough to play 5, 6, 10 snaps at that kind of tempo and movement? It will be eyes all over it, worth watching. It's my one top 5 things to watch here.
Well, and pretty darn important as well. Like, it's got to go well. Yeah, I would say so, yes.
You think the O-line has been a conversation?
I think it's been a bit of a conversation.
The Mariners' offensive production and the Seahawks' offensive line.
I think it's pretty
Two
relevant.
constants for 10 years.
That's for sure. All right, there you go. We're doing that generally at 9. Moving it up just because Brock's got to get out of here in a few minutes.
Shower.
Hey, I'm going to do this at 9. I was going to do it at 8. We have 1 minute, but I thought I would at least ask you. Just listening to Aaron Goldsmith and Dave Valley last night, sure sounds like Logan Gilbert might be ready. I don't know whether he is or not. But if he's ready, what are you doing? Like, all of a sudden, that conversation that was sort of hypothetical in the future, it'll work itself out. How are you bringing?
I get to see Bryce tonight, right? I
You
get a
do.
few more data points.
You're going to need to see Bryce tonight, right?
I got a few more data points. George again. I got a few more data points.
You're not going to. You can't take Emerson Hancock out of this rotation, right?
You can't.
I mean, that would just be. I mean, it was one thing with Logan Evans.
Right.
You can't take Emerson Hancock out of this rotation.
I don't think you can.
Obviously, you're not going to take Brian Wu or Luis Castillo out of the rotation. Are George and Bryce battling for the last spot in the rotation right now?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't sound right. It is a really weird
As you're
situation.
still building George, as you're still building Bryce, as you're going to be building Logan, do you just send somebody down and have Emerson as that guy in the bullpen, right? Who's ready to make a 6-day start if
Emerson
he has
in
to,
the
or
bullpen? Doesn't feel right.
To keep him warm, to keep him hot.
It doesn't. It doesn't feel right.
All right.
I've said this for a while. The guy of the rotation that to me is the best bullpen arm is George Kirby. But is that a direction you want to go? Like, that doesn't feel right either. And I don't know we'll discuss more at 9. I was just kind of curious if you had a take on it, like a strong feeling one way or another.
No, the strong
It's a
take
horrible
is
choice.
These data points for Bryce and George, the next 2 starts,
Important.
pretty big deals.
Yeah.
Pretty
big. All right. Have a great
All right.
weekend, buddy. We'll get back together
You want to go hunting and gathering? You want to go
Tuesday.
skinning? You want to go gutting?
I don't
You
want to
go
do
some man stuff.
No, I don't want to do any of that stuff. I kind of want to lie on my couch, maybe take a nap, but that's fine. You go enjoy those things. And then I know you're out Monday. Greg Bishop's going to be in, which should be fun. We'll chat with him and get some good story time for a few hours on Monday. Thanks, buddy. I'll be back here in a minute with everything you need to know. Brady Henderson will be on at 8:30. We'll come back to that rotation question at 9. And then obviously at 9:30, we'll open up the phones, which should be a wild ride today. At least I hope so. Stick around. It's coming up. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and 97.3 HD2.
The 0-2. Swung on, crushed, right field. This is gone.
Oh, that's
Gunnar
not good.
Henderson, back-to-back home runs.
The good news is the Mariners hit the road where they're one of the American League's best road teams. Tonight, the first of 3 against the Angels in SoCal. First pitch at 6:48. Lyman and Bob take you up to Mariners pregame at 5:30 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports. Get every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Synthetic Turf Northwest is now open in Fife, the South Sound headquarters for premium synthetic turf. They help homeowners with a turnkey solution, DIYers, and contractors and landscapers needing quality products. With premium turf in stock, expert advice, and pro installation services, everything you need is under one roof. Visit their new showroom off I-5 in Fife, Synthetic Turf Northwest. Supplies and installation expertise all in one place. Mention radio for up to $1,000 off. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
The perfect Father's Day gift. Time. This year, take Dad to LeMay, America's Car Museum, to explore 100 years of rare and luxurious vehicles and get your adrenaline rush in the racing simulators. Fun for all. Visit americascarmuseum.org today.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
You know what's faster than your paycheck? Literally everything. It's time to get your pay up to speed. With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors available in select states. Expedited transfer is available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
Guys, tired all the time? Gaining weight? Low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Men's Health in Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. No guessing, just answers. Over 100,000 men have trusted Revive to get real results. More energy, better sleep, improved mood, and confidence that shows. If something feels off, don't wait. Take control and protect your long-term health by knowing your numbers. This offer ends June 30th. Schedule your free comprehensive wellness panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Feel better, live stronger. Start now.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
June is Men's Health Month, and we want to place a special emphasis on prostate cancer awareness and treatment. It's important for men to communicate about issues relating to their health, especially family health history. Prostate cancer has been in the news, and right now I'm joined by Dr. Landis from the Swedish Cancer Institute. Dr. Landis, how common is prostate cancer?
Prostate cancer is very common. About 1 in 8 men will develop prostate cancer here in the U.S. That ends up being about 300,000 cases per year.
How can men test for prostate cancer?
Well, first thing, patients should ask to have PSA screening from their primary care doc. Anyone 50 or over, and if you have a family history starting at 45 is pretty typical.
If diagnosed, why should patients seek out Swedish CyberKnife for treatment?
What we hear from patients all the time is that treatment really was amazing. They didn't have to take time off of work. The side effects are really minimal, and there was minimal interruption in their lives.
Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate.
Summertime is Pacific Power Batteries time. Okay, maybe that's a stretch. But we do sell more batteries in the spring and summer because you folks are all out there doing stuff. Golf carting and boating and buzzing around on stuff that needs batteries. When's a good time? How about tomorrow? We're open 7 days a week to test any battery and let you know the honest answer. Summertime and the cranking is easy. Happy trails from Pacific Power Batteries.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, we know what the problem is right now with the Mariners. They're just not scoring enough runs, and that was the problem again yesterday. They scored 3, all 3 of them once again driven in by, you guessed it, Cal Raleigh. Yes, he hit another 2-run shot. No idea why they were pitching to him there. But it wasn't enough as Adley Rutschman hit a 2-run home run. Gunnar Henderson followed it with this.
1-1. Swung on. That's crushed right field. High. It's deep. Tavares back. He's at the wall. This is gone. Gunnar Henderson, back-to-back home runs. Rutschman and Henderson, and Baltimore has taken the lead 4-3 here in the 6th.
How did he get his hands in like that? That was pretty incredible. And the ball tailed back a little bit towards the center, but that was a pretty impressive piece of hitting. I mean, I know that kind of is one of those things that guys in the league get really excited about, the ability to bring your hands in on an inside fastball. What Gunnar Henderson did yesterday was a pretty impressive piece of hitting. And the Mariners just unfortunately didn't do that. They're now 32-29. They're 2 games, behind where they were at this time last year. And they just finished a homestand at 3-6, 4-11 in their last 15 games at T-Mobile Park. So a lot of problems at home. Dan explaining what happened.
Offensively able to punch through a couple, create some traffic. We're able to get on, a couple of, cash in on a couple of them. Cal, obviously another huge day for him. But all said and done, it comes up a little short. This is a series, a tough series, a lot of close ones. But we move on from this. We go on the road, we turn the page.
Yeah. But this is now kind of going back over a month where they just have not played quality baseball, especially at the plate. They will go on the road, but Anaheim just coming off a win against Boston. Angels are 28-33. Kyle Hendricks and Bryce Miller will go in the opener tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Kind of fun running through some of the sound after OTA practices concluded yesterday. Brady Henderson will join us for more on this in about 10 minutes. Ernest Jones spoke afterwards, and I kind of like this, just him talking about what it was like after signing his new deal, just to be back with all the guys.
Honestly, those are the moments that, you kind of, in a sense, play this game for. Just, seeing your teammates excited about, the progress you've made after having a surgery, and just seeing them excited to have you out there. That's kind of, for me, that's what I live for. I love my teammates. I love making them comfortable, making them happy. So it was great for me.
I'm sure it was. And one of the things I think he likes is that for the most part, this defense is almost entirely intact from last year.
I think it's going to be special. I'm excited. I don't want to, give too much because we got to go, of course, put the work in. But if the vision lives up to what I think, it's going to be something crazy.
How cool does that sound? I mean, again, I want to see something be elite, and I do think the defense is the closest to getting there. If they can be what Ernest Jones seems to think they are, and I don't think he's the only one, and I know that this is going on in probably 30 of 32 camps right now where guys like Ernest Jones think their team is going to be really special. We saw it at times last year that this team was on the verge of that. Hopefully they've just taken that extra step with a couple of little deals and small things they've done. But I will say, if you really want to be there, and I'm going to keep beating the drum, go trade for Trey Hendrickson. He gets you to that point where you can really be talking about something special on this defense. He's that kind of player. Make it happen.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Big comeback for Indiana last night as the Pacers were down 15.
The Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 3/10 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again. Their first lead of the game.
Anybody in Seattle not rooting for Indiana?
No.
Everyone is, right?
Everybody's singing the Tyrese Halliburton song lyrics after that one.
I would imagine. And then I did see that the commissioner said that in July they're probably going to be full steam ahead here. So that's just a month away in terms of really starting those conversations about expansion and what that looks like. So lots of good news there. NHL will be back at it tonight, Game 2 in Edmonton after the Oilers won Game 1. And yes, Aaron Rodgers has signed a one-year deal in Pittsburgh. Here's Adam Schefter.
Essentially, if Aaron Rodgers wants to begin to get involved in the Steelers' offense, learn the new offense, work with his teammates, be in a new city, the time to do it would be before training camp even begins. Ideally, he might have participated in the team's offseason program, but he was not ready to do that due to a number of personal reasons. He is now ready. So he's going to fly to Pittsburgh. He's going to sign in time to participate in the mandatory mini camp next week, and that will begin the acclimation process, begin to get them on board. And there's been white smoke from the Vatican for the second time in recent weeks, and now Aaron Rodgers is signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
He had some personal things to take care of, like he didn't want to be there.
Well, you know, Joe Rogan, Pat McAfee.
He had some personal obligations, like, I don't want to show up yet. I don't want to work that hard.
Darkness retreats, you can throw that in there.
Get out of here. What a chump. I'm so out on Aaron Rodgers. That's everything you need to know. I would not let that guy near my organization. That's everything you need to know. Of course, quarter past every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. Why did I just see that, Moore, you said the Stars did indeed fire Pete DeBoer,
yes,
their head coach, after he threw their star goaltender under the bus. Not everyone in Dallas agrees. I was looking at Gavin Dawson, who works for one of the sports radio stations in Dallas. There's a few of them. And he was like, yeah, they got rid of the wrong guy. Should have gotten rid of Ottinger and kept DeBoer. Maybe you're right, but once that happened, there was no way both of those guys were going to be coming back next year. And so I think they probably did the right thing. I don't know that I know that, but I feel like they did. I think, should the Kraken have waited? I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know yet how to feel about Lane
you
Lambert.
Want him here?
I mean, he's been a pretty successful head coach. I really don't like what he did. I thought that was, you have to fire him after that. But that doesn't mean he can't be a successful head coach somewhere else. It just means he can't be there with Ottinger. Yeah, it's probably. I probably wouldn't. I probably would have preferred not to. But man, they've built something pretty successful there in Dallas the last couple of years. I don't know. It's at least worth the conversation.
They also have a lot of really good players.
They do have that, and I don't know that I could say the same thing about the Kraken. Not nearly enough of them right now. All right, open phone lines are going to be fun in an hour between the week that was here with the Mariners, the week that was with Mike McDonald, and OTAs and all of that. So that's coming up about an hour from now. Please start thinking about what you'd like to say. 866-979-3776. In the meantime, we'll bring Brady Henderson on and get his sense of what he saw at practice. He was there for all three. And we'll see how things evolved with Brady next.
Seahawks head coach Mike McDonald, exclusively with Brock and Salk.
Your cohort, Mr. Schneider, talked a lot this offseason about pivoting. How was all of that?
It's kind of how we operate. You're looking at the lens of what we're trying to build, what's going to be best for us. I know it seemed like a lot, but we had time kind of behind the scenes here. And I thought we ended up with a team we're really excited about, and the guys that are here are fired up for.
Watch the full conversation on the Seattle Sports YouTube page or get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Primer and Ceiling Paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Shannon Dreyer here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help in finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way.
Julio, 2-run home run. Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Immaculate greens, unrivaled natural beauty, championship caliber conditions. Loomis Trail is the epitome of Northwest golf. With water in play on nearly every hole and tree-lined fairways, Loomis Trail provides a fantastic golf experience for those that want a challenge and those looking for a fun getaway. What round are you up for? Tee times available online at golfloomis.com. Start planning your perfect golf getaway today.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
As I said, open phone line should be pretty entertaining an hour from now, and we'll dig into, I think, a challenging conversation the Mariners are going to have that has nothing to do with their bats. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. Right now, Brady Henderson, our friend from ESPN.com, Seahawks reporter extraordinaire, and it was fun to hang out with Brady on Monday at practice, and he was there Wednesday and yesterday. Brady, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm sorry I didn't pick up the phone the first time you called. That was an accident. I actually used to do that on purpose to Kyle Brown. I used to let it ring a couple times when you would call me for Blue 88 just to make Kyle nervous, to make him wonder if I had overslept my alarm or anything. But that one was actually on accident.
I assumed that you had just overslept your alarm because I just assumed that always about you.
No. I'm not like your guy, what was his name? Adam Moore from the Mariners, who was, yeah.
That poor guy.
Was that his name?
Yeah, he couldn't do an interview at I think it was 1:15. It's like, it's too early. I can't get up for that. You were out of practice all week, Brady. What'd you see?
Well, first thing, I mean, look, I always sort of say, and not that this makes for the best radio, I always say, you kind of got to be careful with what you see during this time of the year because it's not totally real football. It's more real than it was a couple weeks ago now that they're doing 7-on-7, 11-on-11, but it's still not real in the sense that they're not in pads. They're not, hitting each other. They're not even like contesting, defensive backs aren't all the way contesting plays. So a lot of times this year you see kind of like pass catchers pop, and part of the reason is because defensive backs aren't, playing the ball the way that they would in a more real football setting. But so football aside, I think the first thing that stands out is just the attendance and how many people were there. And, Jonathan Hankins, he was the one guy over those first the first 5 practices. Yesterday was number 6 that was not there, and he was there yesterday. So don't really know what was going on with him, whether that was just simply a personal choice or what. But with Hankins there yesterday, everybody on the roster was there for at least one of the 6 OTAs, and for the most part, like most players were there for all of them. There's just a couple guys here and there. So, and remember, these are voluntary, and typically, at least in years past, you've seen a handful of guys just not show up to any of them, and they would show up for the mandatory portion. And so, to me, the bigger picture takeaway here is, and I think this is sort of by design here, like this is a team that I think there's going to be a little less individualism on this team. And that was something that Pete Carroll, I don't know if he welcomed it, but he sort of accepted it, knowing that, when you let players be themselves, you're a lot of times going to get the best out of them. That also comes at a cost. And there was a lot of drama that they've dealt with over the last few years. And I think that they are very much enjoying not having as much drama. I think they've been drama-free when it comes to, they don't have any sort of contract disputes going on right now. They have, I think, just less individualism, with some guys that are no longer on the team. And, I think that, comes into play when you start talking about moves they could make. And Jalen Ramsey is a guy who comes to mind. Yeah, he would definitely help their cornerback room. He would be an upgrade over what they've got. But that's also a guy who has not really been – you wouldn't really call him low maintenance. And I think there's been some drama with him. And that just comes to mind when you think about kind of the vibe that they've got going on right now. The money is one thing with Jalen Ramsey, but there's also kind of that idea that this is a guy who might kind of disrupt some of the drama-free environment that I think they're really enjoying right now.
Yeah. No, I think that's right. And till some idiot, radio host brought the drama to their building on Tuesday, everything was free and clear. And then, this radio host went on, and if you listen to someone like, Rich Eisen, it sounds like they created a whole narrative about how Sam Darnold was never going to start. I don't think that's exactly what happened, but what did you see from the quarterbacks?
Okay, wait, don't get me started on him. On Rich Eisen, but
wow. Oh, you're not a fan?
I'm not gonna. Don't get me started. That's what I said.
I didn't know that there was a thing there. Now I'm curious. Now I want to get you started.
No. Let's talk Sam Darnold. Let's talk Sam Darnold.
What'd you see?
Yeah, he was fine. There were a couple interceptions. I think that. Every interception, there's a story behind it. And those 2 that he threw, Tuesday?
Monday.
I think that Monday. No. Whatever it was. I think you've got to keep in mind,
Tuesday.
There's really bad interceptions, and then there's interceptions where a defensive back just makes a really nice play. And I think that was the case on both of those. Those weren't interceptions where you go back and look at those and say, my goodness, how did he not see that linebacker? How did he not see that safety sitting right there? Those were nice plays. And, I think this is the time of the year where guys are just kind of figuring things out, figuring out the offense, figuring out the receivers that they're throwing to. And so, you are going to see some mistakes this time of the year. And so I think, I don't think you asked the question based on that performance. You asked it just based on the idea that they've got 2 other quarterbacks and all that. So, I thought the question was understandable. I just think some people reacted to kind of the reports that, we were making from that OT. I mean, yeah, when a guy throws a couple interceptions, you just sort of, you write what you saw, and that was the observation. And I just think some people who weren't there saw that and took it and ran with it and said, oh my gosh, Sam Darnold had a disastrous day, just the way people kind of take things and run with them. these days, you know.
So what do you think? Brock and I were kind of debating this earlier. Actually, we weren't even really debating. We kind of ended up agreeing on a number. But if I asked you to put percentages on the chances this year that Sam Darnold is A, as good as he was last year, B, as bad as he was in Carolina and in New York, and C, somewhere in between, like okay, good, not great, kind of middle of the pack kind of a guy. What do you think if you had to divide like an 100% chart up? What would you divide that up as?
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough to be. I mean, obviously you would want him to be as good as he was last year, at least as good as he was for those first 16 games in Minnesota. He doesn't have the same kind of receivers that he was throwing to then. And he doesn't have the same offensive mind in Kevin O'Connell. And that's no slight on, Clint Kubiak, but you know that it was a great pairing there, and we still have to see what the pairing is like. And obviously they have worked together, and, that was probably part of the reason why the Seahawks were as sold on pivoting to Darnold as they were, and maybe part of the reason why Darnold was, saw Seattle as a good destination was because of that Clint Kubiak connection. Mm-hmm. It's just, how good it was last season with Kevin O'Connell and Sam Darnold, and you just don't know what the pairing is going to be like here. So I think, that would be the goal. I just don't know if that's any sort of automatic thing that you can count on as him being as good as he was last year. I think he's going to be better than he was with the Jets, just because with the Jets, I think you've got to take into account, just the organizational dysfunction there. And I have got to imagine that contributed quite a bit to the struggles early in his career. And when you take into account the fact that, he's a talented guy, he's probably not in most drafts like number 2 overall pick talented. And he probably got overdrafted, and he got overdrafted into a city where there's a ton of pressure. And, so you throw in all those factors, and it makes sense why he struggled, the way he did in New York. I think he was better in Carolina. Remember, when he finally got into the starting role that season there, he went 4-2, I think, over his final 6 starts. And so he just didn't really see it enough over a full season to think that, this is really the guy that, that was drafted number 2 overall. So, and then he did what he did last season in Minnesota. So I think he's a much better quarterback than he was in New York, than he seemed to be in New York. But again, a lot of things went right for him last season in Minnesota, and you're sort of, if you're expecting him to have that same level of success, you're banking on a lot of things going the right way.
So what I hear from you, the number that Brock and I kind of threw out and agreed on was like 30% chance he's as good as he was last year, 20% he's as bad as he had been before, 50% they're somewhere in the middle. And I'm hearing for you that maybe the 30 and 20 are both too high, that those numbers should both probably be lower, and that there's a better than 50% chance that he's kind of somewhere in the middle. Okay, fine. Let's say he is in the middle. What does that look like over the course of a season?
I think that looks, I mean, I would say, probably, I think your numbers are probably right. Maybe not quite 30, but certainly lower than 20 that he's, that he is what he was in New York. What does it look like over the course of a season? It's hard to say. I just think that when you talk about like Sam Darnold versus Geno Smith, I think, Mike, that if you were to take that coaching staff, that scouting staff across the street to the bar over there, across 405, and get them in an honest conversation, I think they would tell you that Sam Darnold's a really good quarterback, even though he's not quite as talented as Geno Smith. I think they would tell you that Geno Smith is a more talented thrower of the ball, and that the reasons they thought he's a better option for them went beyond that. It's about the fact that he's younger. It's about the fact that he was going to be a little bit cheaper. And I think they would tell you that they think he's going to be a better leader than Geno Smith was. And I wouldn't discount like the degree to which that was a factor in their decision to pivot away from Geno Smith and to go to Sam Darnold is the leadership stuff. And I know people will kind of cringe hearing that, but I really think that was a factor here, that some of the challenges with Geno were his temperament and the way that he carried himself and the way that he sort of interacted with teammates. And I think that they will tell you that, look, nobody knows how it's going to go on the field. But I think the people who are in the building who know Sam Darnold have vouched for the idea that, yeah, this guy's a good leader. He's going to relate to his teammates. He's going to handle adversity well. And but how's it going to go when they get on the field? I mean, I think it's a leap of faith that they're taking there,
For sure. Yeah. Talking to Brady Henderson, let's move away from the quarterback spot for a moment. Abe Lucas spoke to the media, I think it was Wednesday after practice, and I thought this was a pretty powerful comment he made about the change in the offensive identity.
I mean, we're just more so, when you get a new staff in, everybody wants to run the ball. But when it kind of, you come in and it's kind of a non-negotiable, we're running the ball. We put a fullback in the backfield. We're changing it up. We're doing things differently. It's like an old school mentality with a new school principle sort of thing. So, yeah, definitely just looking forward to getting after that.
What did you take from that specifically from Abe Lucas?
You know what, Mike, the comment that I think got me, that really interested me more so was one, I think he said it right after that. It was the next thing he said, where he was talking about how they're going to be really good at only a few things.
I have that too. Let me play it for you. Here's a little more from Abe.
I would just say, or I guess I'll put it like this, we're trying to be elite at very few things, but those few things are, what the offense is going to be based around, and that's the run game. We're going to be elite at the run game. That's the philosophy with it. So, it's not some, hodgepodge of just a bunch of different stuff we're just throwing in, you know what I mean? We're going to be elite at the basics and make sure that they work so we can do it against anybody.
You buying all that?
Yeah, I think that was a fascinating quote. And, he didn't name, last year's offense and the coordinator by name, but to me, what it sounded like he was talking about there was, last year, there wasn't really an identity of the offense. And it seemed to me, I always sort of wondered if this was just a collection of plays that they really liked that didn't really fit into an overall system. And that's the one thing about the Shanahan system and all the offshoots of it is it's very much a system where there are no standalone plays that the coordinator just really likes. It's every play is connected in some way to every other play, and that every play sort of complements everything. Everything plays off of each other, and it is a true system in that sense with pretty specific goals and principles and all that. And so that's sort of, to me, I've always kind of wondered if Ryan Grubb's offense was the opposite of that, where it was really just, I think Abe Lucas kind of used the word there, if it was really just a hodgepodge of kind of plays and ideas that they liked that didn't really have that weren't really all that connected, and I think that is probably the big difference between, the offense, like Kyle Shanahan's system and the guys who run offshoots of it is it's very much a system. And so that's, to me, that was kind of came to mind when he was talking about that. And, I think in terms of the run game, there's a difference, like you said there, every coordinator talks about wanting to run the ball. I think some coordinators talk about wanting to run the ball just to kind of balance out their pass game. And that's not the case. This is an offense that wants to run the ball to run it because their whole offense is based off of that. And so, he's talking about, wanting to be elite there and really it sounds like have the offense based off of that, not just have a running game that exists solely to bring balance to the pass game.
Looking at the offensive line, left tackle set, right tackle set. I assume in Gray Zabel, left guard is set. What do the other two positions look like so far?
Well, I asked Clint Kubiak this the other day. I said, where does the competition stand at right guard? And he said, there are 5 practices in, and he said, quote, it's wide open, brother. I thought that was B-R-O-T-H-A, not brother. It was brother.
For sure.
Which I thought was a great answer. I don't know if you liked the question, but I did like the answer. But yeah, really the two guys we've seen there right now have been, I think, mostly Christian Haynes. And keep in mind, we've only seen 3 of the 6 OTAs, but it looks like it's mostly been Christian Haynes there with some Anthony Bradford mixed in. I think Bradford has more so been with the 2s, but he's got some work with the 1s. And then the other competition, if it is that, which I think it is at center with, Oluwatimi getting most of the reps there, and then Jalen Sundell working in with the starters when he's not with the second team. So I would imagine that you're going to see, I mean, if Clint Kubiak is saying it's wide open, brother, then I think there was probably more than two people ultimately that they're going to, give a chance to compete for that job. And I would think that you're going to see Satao Laumea at some point work his way into that competition. He's mostly been backing up Zabel at left guard. And I wonder, depending on how Bryce Cable do, their 6th-round pick develops, I wonder if he'll get a shot at that guard spot. But so right now it's been Christian Haynes and Bradford. I got a feeling it's going to be a little more wide open than that. But those are the two spots that right now seem to be up for grabs.
Who's your money on?
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to discount Bradford. I just think that, if Ray Roberts is listening, his eyes might roll when he hears this. But I just logically, I don't know if he's the greatest fit for the kind of just as a bigger Mauler type guy. I don't know if Bradford is the greatest fit for what they want to do zone-wise and like getting, guys out in space. He spent the 3rd-round pick on Christian Haynes last year, and so I think they're going to give him every opportunity to win the job. But that said, Satao Laumea has done it. I mean, he finished last season and started the final 6 games there. So I would think that it would be between, assuming they don't bring in another guy, I would think it would be between Laumea and Haynes. And I don't know. I would not discount Laumea, just considering that, you've seen him do it at, I wouldn't say a high level, but you saw him play competently there over those final 6 games.
All right, so almost all this conversation has been about the offense. Let's shift gears because, again, the strength of this team really should be the defense. And asked you about it last week. I'll ask it again. Some of your cohorts there at ESPN had little hypotheticals. What would you give up? What would you have to give up for Trey Hendrickson? And I don't know, it was like a 2nd-round pick, a 2nd and a 5th next year, a 2nd and a 7th, maybe a player. None of them were all that much. It wasn't much more than you gave up for Leonard Williams. Any chance that the Seahawks get involved in something like that?
Well, okay. I think when you're talking about the Seahawks and possibly trading for a disgruntled player who wants a new contract, you always have to keep in mind the pretty well-established history with moves that they've made like that, where, not since Percy Harvin have they traded for a guy and given him a new contract right away. Look at every guy that they've traded for, whether it was, Jimmy Graham, Dwayne Brown, Sheldon Richardson, Jadeveon Clowney,
Jamal Adams,
even Leonard Williams.
But God, they've done it a lot.
Guys, yeah, right. But not one of those guys, a lot of those guys were traded because they were in contract disputes with their previous teams, and not one of those guys did the Seahawks give a new contract to right away. Some of those guys never got new contracts from Seattle, but the ones who didn't get it until they had at least played with the Seahawks for a little bit, whether it was a half season,
okay,
with Leonard Williams.
So there's precedent.
But there is precedent for, if this were to happen with Trey Henderson, that would be a case where they acquire him and they are able to convince him that, look, that's just not something that they do. So you're going to have to play out the final year of this deal.
But they've done that like 7 times.
Right, but that impacts what you're willing to give up. You know what I mean? Like if you're only getting a guy for a guaranteed 1 season,
but would you give up what you gave up for Leonard Williams just a year or two ago? I mean, like he's just as good a player as Leonard Williams. He's around the same age. I mean, like you wouldn't give up roughly what you gave up for Leonard Williams and try to go down the same road that you have before with all those other guys?
Yeah, he was. Well, he's a little older than Leonard Williams. He also, the Williams one was a little different situation. Because remember, part of the reason the Seahawks gave up the 2nd-round pick for him was because they got New York to take on most of the remaining salary. So there was a trade-off there. That was also half a season, so it's kind of tough to compare that one apples to apples. I would say 3rd-round pick, just knowing that he isn't, he is 30, 31 years old.
He's 30. He'll play this year 30.
That's right. And again, if you're not going to give him a new contract, that means you might lose it. This might only be a 1-year rental. So for that reason, I don't know if I would give up the 2nd-round pick, assuming you also are taking on the full $16 million in remaining salary. a second-round pick would probably be a little too rich, but I would say, that conversation kind of starts at a third-rounder. To me, that would seem fair when you consider that, you're not giving the guy a new deal, so you aren't going to get him. You aren't guaranteed to have him for more than 1 year. You're paying the $16 million, and you're getting a guy who's 30 years old. Yeah, I don't know if, I think more than a third-round pick would be kind of high.
One of the, I would give up a second rounder just for the record. I'm like, if you're willing to give up a third, I'm willing to give up a second. Like, get this guy here. He's that good. He makes you elite. He changes the whole way your defense functions, I think. He gives you an elite pass rusher, which you've lacked here forever. But anyway,
I'd like to negotiate trades with you. If that's your logic, I would.
I want to make the deal happen.
GM and you were a GM.
I want to make the deal happen.
Negotiate with
I
you.
want to make the deal happen. I want to make it happen. Like, I'd rather give up a third. I'm not saying I'd start the bidding at a second, but like, I want to make it happen. And if I have a chance to get an elite player and the difference is, a third versus a second, at some point I'm going to say, screw it. Yeah, I'll pull the trigger because I want this guy on my team.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think you are too. I think you would too. I think you would start and say a third.
I would say, all right, if you're going to give up a second, why don't you give up the first? Come on, Mike.
No, because I started at a third. I'm not going to come all the way down to a first-round pick. That'd be a lot. But like, the difference between a second and a third, like, it's a legitimate difference. I'm not saying it's not. But I think that even you, Brady, once you got into the negotiation, if I really held firm, like, hey, you want Trey Hendrickson, it's a second-round pick. You'd be like, all right, fine. Give me back a fifth or sixth or something to balance it out. And they say sure because everybody wants to make the deal done. And then it works. So, hey, good stuff, buddy.
You're right.
I am right. Thank you.
Yeah, and that is how trades get balanced out. Is okay. Well, I'll give you that second, but you got to give me something back to kind of soften that blow. And what else happens is teams kind of feel pressure when they start negotiating a trade. And I think this kind of happened with Jamal Adams a few years ago when they start negotiating trades with another team. And the word gets leaked out, then then the fan base gets kind of worked up into a frenzy, and they get really excited, and then all of a sudden there is pressure on the team to get that deal done. And so, you're not crazy. I'm just teasing you.
All right. Well, I've been told I ask crazy questions every once in a while, so it's worth pointing out. Thank you, Brady. Good stuff as always. Good to see you. Where are you playing today?
Thanks for having me. I'm playing at Rainier with my buddy Greg.
That sounds right. All right, sounds.
Yeah, they're letting me on the nice course today.
Very little private course. Make sure you tuck in your shirt, the whole deal, and we'll talk later. See you, buddy.
All right, see you, Mike. Thank you.
There you go. There's Brady Henderson, our good friend from ESPN.com, and a fun conversation about what he saw out of practice this week. All right, we got an hour to go. We're gonna take phone calls coming up at 9:30. I would assume. I don't even need to say anything. We're just going to open up the lines and bing, bang, boom. They're going to be full, but we'll deal with that here in a half hour. Up next, I do think the Mariners have something that went from hypothetical to really serious almost overnight. It's next on Brock and Salk.
The 0-2. Swung on, crushed, right field. This is gone.
Oh, that's not good.
Henderson, back-to-back home runs.
The good news is the Mariners hit the road where they're one of the American League's best road teams. Tonight, the first of 3 against the Angels in SoCal. First pitch at 6:48. Lyman and Bob take you up to Mariners pregame at 5:30 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports. Get every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat Compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
Guys, tired all the time? Gaining weight? Low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Men's Health in Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. No guessing, just answers. Over 100,000 men have trusted Revive to get real results. More energy, better sleep, improved mood, and confidence that shows. If something feels off, don't wait. Take control and protect your long-term health by knowing your numbers. This offer ends June 30th. Schedule your free comprehensive wellness panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Feel better, live stronger. Start now.
Hold up a sec. If I work today, why should I have to wait 2 weeks to get my money? With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors available in select states. Expedited transfer is available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Something amazing is happening in networking. Organizations are scaling with less stress. That's because CDW is designing and implementing intelligent HPE Aruba networking solutions that simplify and secure operations. With automation at the center of your data center, growing pains can be a thing of the past. HPE Aruba Networking and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Aruba.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, final hour of our week here on the Brock and Salk Show. We'll take your phone calls coming up in 30. So I'm going to preface this with saying I don't know where Logan Gilbert is at. I don't know if he's ready to return, but I was watching the game yesterday and listening to the conversation between Aaron Goldsmith and Dave Valley, And they made it seem like Logan might be ready to go after that last start. Dave kind of made the point of like, hey, if he's at 60, next one's 75, maybe get him up here in the big leagues and let it happen there. And Aaron kind of talked through maybe some of the dip in velocity that took place over the 3 or 4 innings, 3+ innings, and mentioned that they didn't have room in the dugout for Logan to do some of his, weird exercises that he does. I don't know why that would occur, but whatever. Like, if he's ready, he's ready. He's Logan Gilbert. He's your opening day starter. If he's ready to come back, he comes back. That's not negotiable. So for the sake of this conversation, and again, I don't know where Logan's at, but for the sake of the conversation, let's say he's ready. Let's say he's ready in essentially what would be 3 or 4 days. What are you going to do? I mean, it was one thing to send down Logan Evans. He's young. He hasn't done it for that long. He's not built up as many innings over the course of his minor league career, so you maybe want to save some. Okay, fine. What do you do if Logan's ready now, though? Because those hypothetical conversations about the rotation get real in a hurry. It's right in front of you. Now, if effectiveness is the only criteria, if you're only looking at, who's been effective, who hasn't, there's no doubt you're sending down Bryce Miller, right? He's got options. You're just going to send him down. But I think we all know that there's more criteria to look at than just how effective have they been over their last however many starts. We've seen Bryce Miller over a couple of years. We've seen George Kirby over his career. But I don't see how you could take Emerson Hancock out of the rotation today. Yeah, Brock's right. You need a little bit more info, a couple more data points. We're going to see Bryce Miller tonight. We're going to see George Kirby on Sunday. And I think we've got to see both of those things before any decision might have to be made. And maybe you can draw it out longer. Maybe you want to do one more start for Logan to get him up to that 75 pitch mark and make sure he's 100%. Maybe you want to do something where, you kind of futz it through with a different roster move and you bring up a reliever for a few days and you can kind of draw this out a little bit longer with off days. But ultimately, you're getting real close to having to make this decision. And if you don't want to do a 6-man rotation, and they've been pretty clear that that's not what they want to do, who goes? What are you going to do? Bryce Miller, I think, understandably, was talking yesterday, and I think made it pretty clear that he thinks he's now a different pitcher than he was during that stretch where he wasn't effective.
I think it was a lot of things stacking. I mean, it's a tough game. It's a tough league, whenever you feel good. And you're not always going to feel 100% throughout a season, but it was just, I think I had 8 starts, and all 8, there wasn't a single start where I felt 90%. And so I think it just came to a point where, physically I wasn't feeling good. And then that was, leading to poor results, which was, not easy to deal with mentally as well. So, yeah, like I said, I kind of used the 15 days as a physical reset, but also mentally kind of just coming back and feeling like I have a fresh start. My body feels fresh and mentally, clearing it all out and getting after it.
Okay. Is Bryce Miller? I mean, I can't. I feel ridiculous. Again, I said that, I guess, on Tuesday, and it exploded. But I feel kind of ridiculous asking this question. Bryce Miller's not pitching for his job, right? Like that feels almost unfathomable, given the amount of success that he's had in the first couple of years of his career. It's a crowded rotation. Emerson Hancock's pitched really well. I can't take him out. That's the easiest thing. The easiest thing to do is just say, hey, Emerson, I'm sorry. You don't lose your job due to injury. So these guys are going to be in the starting 5. We'll see you again when we need you. That's the easiest thing to do. Could you do that? Could you send Emerson Hancock down to AAA and just say, sorry, these guys are in the rotation right now? Could you do that?
You could, but the way results have gone, kind of based off your point, it feels pretty hard, especially after the start he just turned in.
He's pitched really well.
So my assumption with this is if they decide to keep rolling with Hancock, that they just put Bryce Miller back on the IL. I'm not really sure what going down to Tacoma does for him because it's a velo thing.
That's fair.
With him.
Yes, you're right. It's going into the. You're right. It's going back on the IL. You're right. Yes, you're right. It would be that. You don't need to send him down because you're not going to embarrass him also. I mean, like there's a pride element to all of this. You don't want to embarrass a guy.
Right.
And I think that's part of the challenge here. Like, look, in a perfect world, I said this earlier, in a perfect world, if there's no personalities and real human beings involved, what do I want to do when I bring up Logan Gilbert? I'd probably put George Kirby in the pen. That's probably what I would do. I was intrigued with what he looked like in the pen in that Toronto series a few years ago. Like, I think he'd throw even harder in a small sample size. I think some of the strikeouts would go up if he didn't need to spread it out over, a longer period of time. If personalities meant nothing and there was no consequence to it, I think that's what I would do. But you can't do that.
Doesn't that feel a little knee-jerky?
Absolutely. Yeah, you can't do it. It's knee-jerk. And how does he react? Do you then lose him mentally? Like, you can't do that.
I still think when he's at his best, maybe your second best starter. It'd be hard for me to do that with like the Bryce Miller conversation and is he fully healthy? Does he respond well to the cortisone shot? Like that is a conversation. Sure, the Kirby thing, I don't know if I can buy in on.
Here's
that.
a little bit more from Bryce on his health.
It was mainly the elbow. I mean, just about every start it would kind of flare up on me, or it wouldn't feel good from the start, and then there was a game where the back flared up on me, and then I was sick again. But it was just stuff that was stacked on top of the nagging elbow, and so yeah, I think since the last start, I've felt super fresh and everything's felt good. So that's the positive, most positive thing out of it was just, I came back out of it and bounced back good, and body and arm feel good. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to stick by it. Here's what I would say. A couple things. First of all, 425 says, am I going crazy or is the solution obvious? Just trade a pitcher for a hitter. Well, unfortunately, it's June 6th. There aren't a tremendous number of hitters available yet. Like, I get the idea. Plus, you don't just want to, the moment you think that you have depth at pitching is the moment you don't have depth. So I don't think they're anxious to do that. As we talk through it, I think the answer is actually pretty clear, and I don't like it. But I think the answer is pretty clear. You got to, assuming that Bryce Miller is healthy, and what if he pitches well tonight? What if Bryce comes out and goes 6 innings tonight, gives up 2 runs, quality start?
Well, then that becomes a different story.
You know what you have to do? You got to send down Emerson Hancock.
Because then it goes back to the original 5. Yeah, if Bryce has a good start tonight, this is a different story.
It's crazy.
Well, then it goes back to what you said. You don't lose your job to injury. If he looks like original Bryce Miller, then it's like Emerson's been great, but he's not Bryce Miller.
Doesn't that feel unfair? Guy's been he's a major league starter, and you'd have to send him down. I think at that point, when I first started the conversation,
you are going to have to look at trading a pitcher, right? With
at
Logan Evans
some point, you're going to have to.
Maybe not right this minute, but
this is why I brought up that idea the other day of like, hey, eventually, does this change the conversation on paying these guys? You got a lot of pitchers. You got a lot of guys that you think you can trust in the major leagues, and there's always going to be injury risk with all of them. And the more money you invest in them, the more money you're putting at risk. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, it's a good problem to have. Hopefully, Bryce pitches great tonight. Hopefully, George Kirby pitches great on Sunday. Both guys look healthy. Both guys look back. You slot them right back into the rotation. You say to Emerson, I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll need you again soon, but it's just the way it is, and he understands because he knew that's why he was called up to begin with, and you kind of go from there. But what a weird, funky problem to have. I mean, generally, it's a good thing. But that's a weird issue. All right, let me come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, and then I've been excited to open up the phone lines throughout the day. Between the Seahawks conversations this week and the Mariners and where they're at, there should be plenty for you guys to say. We'll do that in 20 after Need to Know next.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
He's just eating right now.
Okay.
Cal Raleigh.
I like that.
How about that?
He's in the zone right now, and he's doing it from both sides of the plate, which is the most impressive thing. And he's played every single day, even on his day off.
You do think, are you going to get days off? I mean, you're hanging on to Garber to give Cal days off.
Right.
That's the one fear I have with Cal's season so far is hey, let's get this guy some time.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Synthetic Turf Northwest is now open in Fife, the South Sound headquarters for premium synthetic turf. They help homeowners with a turnkey solution, DIYers, and contractors and landscapers needing quality products. With premium turf in stock, expert advice, and pro installation services, everything you need is under one roof. Visit their new showroom off I-5 in Fife, Synthetic Turf Northwest. Supplies and installation expertise all in one place. Mention radio for up to $1,000 off. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
The perfect Father's Day gift. Time. This year, take Dad to LeMay, America's Car Museum, to explore 100 years of rare and luxurious vehicles and get your adrenaline rush in the racing simulators. Fun for all. Visit americascarmuseum.org today.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, are aches, injuries, or everyday pains slowing you down? Well, it is time to move better, feel stronger, and get back to doing what you love. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is now accepting new patients, and no referral is needed. Their expert team offers personalized hands-on care to help you recover faster and stay pain-free longer. Shannon, what is it like to see new patients walk through your doors?
Rock, it's wonderful. You know why? It's because it's an opportunity for us at IRG to make a difference in someone's lives. It's so important that when people come in, they experience engagement, coaching, teaching. We build relationships with our patients, and we want to make it easy. We all know that healthcare has a lot of what I call minutia in it. We have a concierge call center. When you call, we're going to check your authorization, verification, certification, justification. We're going to find out everything we need to know about your insurance, and we're going to make it easy for you because we want you focusing on getting better.
And all you got to do is head over to irgpt.com to find the clinic nearest you. irgpt.com.
Ooh, ma.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Is that now 9 of 12 games, I think it is, that the Mariners have scored 3 runs or fewer? It might be 10 of 13. Hard to win when you're only scoring 3 runs at the very most. That's what they got to yesterday. And quite frankly, it's a miracle they did. Cal had already driven in 1. He comes up in the 5th inning. Man on third, 2 outs. Why in the world would you pitch to Cal? Rick Riz did not know.
Here's the stretch. This will be ball 2. No, instead of swinging a fly ball deep to right field. Going back, Kirstead to the warning track to the wall. Goodbye, baseball. Just into the front row of seats down the right field line. Cal Raleigh with his 24th home run of the season.
Unbelievable that they pitched to him in that spot and went down a run. Maybe they figured they'd find a way to get it back, and they did. Adley Rutschman hit a 2-run shot in the next inning. Gunnar Henderson followed it with another home run, and that was all she wrote for the Mariners. They go 7 for 31 for everyone not named Cal Raleigh. 12 strikeouts. Baltimore pen was kind of beat up, right? I mean, like they'd used their guy, Bautista, the previous 2 nights, and it didn't matter, unfortunately. They lose again. So they are now 32 and 29. 2 games behind where they were at this time last year, 61 games in. They are on pace right now to win 85 games, which, by the way, is exactly what they won last year. But the concerning one for me is this number here. They're 13 and 21 in their last 34 games. 13 and 21. 3 and 6 on this homestand, coming off the 1 and 5 homestand and a 6 and 4 road trip in between. That's 13 and 21, if my math is right, and that is certainly challenging. Going to see Bryce Miller again tonight as they go to Anaheim, and it's a big start for him. He goes against Kyle Hendricks. We're just talking through it. Sounds like Logan Gilbert's getting close, and as that occurs, I think you want to find out whether or not Bryce is healthy and capable. You want to find out where George Kirby is at and see what this rotation is going to look like here over the course of the next few weeks.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks wrapped up their OTAs for the week. They'll do mandatory minicamp next week. And yeah, I think it is cool that there were so many people there. Brady brought it up. So did Ernest Jones yesterday.
I think for this team, I think we're bought into the goal and the mission. And the goal is to put another banner up in here. And I think, everyone, believes in that. And we're going to show up to work and do what we have to do to make sure we get it done. If we want to be who we say we're going to be, if we want to do what we want to do, and that's win, the best teams I've been around, OTAs, were really good. So I think that's just a direct reflection of what the work you get in here and what carries you into the season.
That's a guy speaking my language. If you want to be great, it starts early. It starts with those non-mandatory, voluntary portions where everybody comes together and decides they want to be special together rather than they want to go sit on the beach for an extra couple of days. Hard work pays off. And I love that they had so many guys there. In fact, every single player was around for at least one, and most of those guys were there for all of the voluntary parts of the workout. I got a little Cooper Kupp for you as well. Here he is talking about his head coach, who he likes.
I was just up in Mike's office last night, and he was talking about how excited he was for these things that he's coming up with. I can't even say, I'm going to say too much. Things that he's coming up with, and, he was just gigging out over these, different. I'm not gonna tell you these different
Yeah,
things
you
that
gotta
he's
be
just like
careful.
so pumped about. And I'm like, this is awesome. Like, this is awesome to have like the excitement and the enthusiasm. And be like, this is the stuff that gets people excited about, and you take that enthusiasm and excitement and be able to like get the information. Like, hey, this is what we're gonna do together. We got some good guys up there.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Looking forward to seeing Mike McDonald this year.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, NBA and NHL finals both started within the last couple of nights. Both game ones came down to the wire. Oilers winning it in overtime on Wednesday, and then last night it was Tyrese Halliburton, much to the delight of Seattle sports fans everywhere.
Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again. Their first lead of the game.
First lead of the game, but it was the only one they needed as they go on to win, surprisingly, in game one. NHL will be back at it tonight. And, we played you the sound last week of Pete DeBoer, the head coach in Dallas for the Stars, just throwing his goaltender under the bus. Yeah, he got fired because that's how that goes. All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know, quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, you guys want to jump in here? You guys want to jump in? We got a lot to talk about today, a lot. And I'm going to try to leave as much time as possible for you guys. Seahawks. Well, there was a national controversy stirred up this week by some hot take artist in Seattle. So what did you make of it all and the quarterback situation here? What do you think of Sam Darnold? What do you think of kind of the beginnings of learning how Mike McDonald feels about it? What did you make of that whole scenario? He didn't look great on Monday, looked a little better on Wednesday, maybe even a little better than that yesterday. I love Mike defending him and saying he's our guy no matter what. So what did you make of all of that? 866-979-3776. Let's add to that the Mariners. Talked through the offense. It's changed dramatically from month one to month two. I went through some of these numbers earlier. They're not hitting the same number of home runs. They're not walking as much. They're not stealing as many bases. They're not trying to. They're not running nearly as much. The small ball has kind of gone away, but really so is the big things. So what's going on with the Mariners and where are they at and what do they need to do and what are we seeing and how serious is this? 866-979-3776. And how do you get out of it? Is it a coaching thing? I heard a lot in the first month about how it was. Is it a managing thing? Is it a roster thing? Is there a trade to be made? We talked a week ago about taking some level of action, and maybe it did help as Cole Young came up and helped you win one, but I'm not saying take him out or that it's been a bad move, but he's 1 for 12, I think it is right now. 1 for 11, something like that so far, and is to start the career. He's not immediately coming up and helping the offense. Doesn't mean he won't, but what else are you going to do? 866-979-3776. So those would be the two probably biggest topics. What do you want to do with Bryce Miller and George Kirby and Emerson Hancock as Logan Gilbert comes back? How are you handling the starting rotation, assuming Logan's ready to go? So we got a bunch of questions. 866-979-3776 is the phone number. 866-979-3776. Quick break. You guys jump on the phones. I expect them to be lit up when I come back, and we'll take your calls for the rest of the show. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
He's just eating right now.
Okay.
Cal Raleigh.
I like that.
How about that?
He's in his zone right now, and he's doing it from both sides of the play, which is the most impressive thing. And he's played every single day, even on his day off.
You do think, are you going to get days off? I mean, you're hanging on to Garber to give Cal days off.
Right.
That's the one fear I have with Cal's season so far is hey, let's get this guy some time.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome.
You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start June 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Do you have a car you'd like to sell but don't want to go through all the hassle? With all the scams and security risks out there, more and more people are uncomfortable selling their own car. So how do you get the most money for your used car without selling it yourself? Stacy here with the answer. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your car and pay you right up front for it, but it gets way better. Once they resell your old car, they share half the profit with you. The question I get most from my friends and colleagues is, what's the catch? And how can they offer this? It's super simple. All the money they save by not traveling to buy cars at auctions, like purchase fees, shipping, and travel expenses, is what allows them to offer this. They'd rather share that money they save with you than outside vendors. They encourage you to shop around, but if Wayscar Ford can pay you the same or more as their competitors and then share half their profit with you once they resell your car, why would you sell your car anywhere else? They've already shared over $800,000 with customers, and it's only at Wayscar Ford. That's wayscarford.com, Wayscar Ford in Auburn.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Summertime is Pacific Power Batteries time. Okay, maybe that's a stretch. But we do sell more batteries in the spring and summer because you folks are all out there doing stuff. Golf carting and boating and buzzing around on stuff that needs batteries. Well, when's a good time? How about tomorrow? We're open 7 days a week to test any battery and let you know the honest answer. Summertime and the cranking is easy. Happy trails from Pacific Power Batteries.
Wait,
If I work today, why should I have to wait 2 weeks to get my money? With Earnin, you can access your pay as you work instead of waiting days and weeks for a paycheck. Get up to $150 a day with a max of $750 between paydays. No interest, no credit checks, and no mandatory fees. Because, hey, it's your money. Download the Earnin app now to get it and join millions of people making any day payday. That's EARNIN. Earnin is not a bank. Access limits are based on your earnings and risk factors. Available in select states. Expedited transfers available for a fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Visit earnin.com for full details.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, I appreciate all the text messages. Got to hear from more of you guys, though, on the phones. 866-979-3776. Mariners and Seahawks. For everybody that wrote in to rip me for the way Mike McDonald responded to my question, I'm happy to hear from you guys if you want to actually debate it and talk about it. 866-979-3776. Lots of Mariner conversations. Certainly, I would love to hear what you guys think they should do with Logan Gilbert set to return sooner rather than later. How do you figure that rotation out with 6, almost 7 guys that are all fairly deserving in different ways? So grab your calls here in a minute. 866-979-3776. Let me first just clarify. Screwed up my math earlier because I double counted. The Mariners are 10-15 in their last 25. Still not good. It's not as bad as what I said earlier. I just want to make sure I get the number right. 10-15 in their last 25. I was double counting the 1-5 homestand. So 10-15 in their last 25. Not good. Don't get me wrong, but I was harder on them than maybe I needed to be. So, all right, let's hear from you guys. 866-979-3776. Couple of lines open for anybody who wants to jump in here on a beautiful summer morning. We'll start with Blair in Tacoma. What's going on in T-Town, Blair? Good morning.
Hey, how you doing, Mike? Salk? I have a question about what do you think happens if Jerry DiPoto, if this team, again, barely misses the playoff, wins 84, 85 games. Do they roll it back yet again? I am really increasingly, especially the last couple of years, thinking this guy can't put them over the top. Yeah, they can be a pretty good team, but in my opinion, I don't think he has what it takes to put them over the top and be a really good team like a Detroit, like a New York, because granted the American League is really down, and I think that's what's benefiting the Mariners this year because you have really 2 really good teams in Detroit and the Yankees, and you have probably 6 to 8 teams hovering around 500 like the Mariners. So I think that benefit from having that type of season for the American League. But what do you think about what's it going to take for him to keep his job this year?
Well, that's a really good point, and it's a good question. I think, listening to you, I get a sense as to what you think. I think it's too early, to be honest, to really have the conversation with any great certainty. It depends how this all goes, right? I mean, what we saw here's the weird thing about the Mariners. I kind of mentioned this one earlier, but they were really good offensively for a month. They've been really bad offensively for a month. Do we owe it to them to give them a little bit more time before determining who they are as an offense? They've had one good month. They've had one bad month. There is a sort of an obvious and automatic urge to, I think, A, go with what happened more recently, and B, go with what had happened for the previous couple of years. And so in that regard, I think that the last month of not hitting has maybe carrying a little bit more weight with me too. Believe me, I'm not immune to that. I'm sure if I'm in the Mariner front office today, I'm saying, hey, they had a good month, they had a bad month. I think let's see what happens in the next month before we start to judge, are they a good offense or a bad one? I just think, look, Jorge Polanco was a big part of the reason you had that successful first month, and he's either hurt or has come crashing back to what we've seen from him at this later stage in his career. Dylan Moore had an out-of-character month for his career. Do you expect that a 32, 33-year-old, whatever he is, all of a sudden just figured it out and is now one of the better hitters? Hard to fathom. Your on-base percentage guy during that first month was Leo Rivas. He's not on the team right now. You sent him down to bring up Cole Young. So, I mean, like some of the success you were having during that month, I don't know whether all those guys were very sustainable. Master Boney, throw him in there as well. Those guys were playing over their heads. We knew it at the time. We said it at the time. The reality is, I think, in the next month, I mean, look, who the heck knows? Baseball, good luck. What do I think happens in the next month? I think Cal comes back to earth. Doesn't mean he gets bad, but I would be, I'd be incredibly impressed, but I think it'd be hard for Cal to continue this absolute torrid pace for the next month plus. So let's assume Cal drops off a little, and I would assume that Julio and or Randy pick up some of that slack. The question is what help, is it enough? Can they out? Because right now, just staying even of what you've done for the last month, if Cal drops back and those two guys go forward, that's not enough. You need some other guys to pick up that slack even beyond it. And I don't know whether they have enough guys capable of that. Maybe Cole Young. I don't see Ben Williamson going on a great tear. Rowdy Tellez is what he is. Maybe Logan, you get back Luke Raley, and that's I think a good thing. I said yesterday, I think we've been kind of giving him short shrift, but I just don't know that you have enough horses to continue and get back to the level of offense that you were putting together in the first half, or the first month. 866-979-3776. Let me keep this going. Still got a couple lines open. Let me go to Aaron in Vancouver. Good morning, Aaron.
Yo, Aaron and McCoo. Good morning. Beautiful day. Hey, quick shout out to Brother Brock. Can you give him a homework assignment for the next time he goes on some flight to Alabama or wherever the heck he goes, to watch the Weather Channel for like 2 hours straight so he can, define what an Indian summer is.
Right.
He needs to brushing up on that.
I mean, either that or we could just buy him Google. We'll see. We'll see if we could just direct him to a Google website. So, all right, Aaron, what's on your mind today?
There you go. Oh, I'd like to defend Mr. Salk here.
No.
This ridiculous take, if you want to call it, from Rich Eisen. And basically just, what blew up from your ballad question is just silly. I mean, I want to address the faithful listeners here, the brothers and sisters that listen, that you were doing your job. You were observing and asking a valid question. I know it was just one day, but a competition is at the heart of what the Seahawks do. I mean, I know that Pete is gone, but competition is still at the heart of what they do. And so I think it was totally fair to ask, and I think people need to chill out.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, I think it is funny. You get a lot of grief in this job, no matter what you do, and that's fine. I mean, I kind of understand that. When you don't ask questions, people say, why don't you ask the hard? It's funny when the team's losing, people want you to, yell at the coach or the manager or the GM for them, and I get it. That's not what the job is, but I get it. And then when you ask a question that the coach, in this case, kind of reacts strongly to, they get upset, but that's okay. I mean, again, I don't think Mike McDonald's upset at me. I think he was, a little miffed that the media in general was like, hey, this guy doesn't look real good. But he's been watching him for weeks. We got to see him one day. And in that day, he didn't look good. So he said it. And then I asked him a question because we haven't spoken to the guy in months. But I appreciate the support. Thank you. I appreciate that, Aaron. Thank you very much. I am just trying to do my job, trying to be faithful for all of you guys, tell you what I'm seeing, and ask the questions. But I know not everyone agrees. I would be happy to talk to somebody who doesn't. Usually those people hide behind the keyboard. But that's okay if you want to talk. 866-979-3776. I'm always down for that. Let me keep this going. In the meantime, let me go to Kirkland, talk to Josh. What's up, Josh? Good morning.
Morning. Love the show. I'm not sure what your guys' aversion is to face moisturizer, but that's a different conversation.
Ugh, it's so gross.
So I don't know why they don't go to a six-man rotation. You see We've got Logan Gilbert. He's been injury issues with the arm. You got obviously George Kirby, Bryce. Hancock has been really, really good, minus the first start. And every good start he has ups his trade value. It's going to give longevity to the rotation. You have 6 serviceable starters. I think the coaching staff being way too inflexible and just saying, no, we're not going to do it. And it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so I think it goes beyond the coaching staff, right? It's more organizational philosophy. This goes upstairs to Justin and to Jerry and to the rest of the folks in the front office. It's not just Dan and Trent and Pete and the rest of the coaching staff. This is bigger than that. But look, I think it's a fair question to ask, obviously. I don't think I would do it either, Josh, and I think that in the modern game where you're forced to have 13 pitchers, 13 hitters. You don't have as much flexibility as you used to. I think that they are loath to waste a bullpen spot or to lose one of those bullpen spots in case of a problem. And I don't know that if those guys are going every 6 days instead of every 5, I don't know that they're going to pitch any deeper into games. I don't know that there's any correlation between those two things.
I see what you're saying, and I see that. I just feel like every time what we look at because the starters have had their issues, it's put pressure on the bullpen. And if you have more longevity per start and guys feel a little healthier with that longevity and they go deeper into games, then it relieves the bullpen from having to service 4.5 innings a game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that would be good if it worked that way. If there was a correlation between an extra day of rest and pitching deeper into games, if it meant that instead, I mean, I think the problem is what you'd have to do is instead of limiting to them, let's say 95 pitches, which is about, I would guess, where most guys have been lifted this year, you're going to give them 120 because they're getting an extra day of rest? Like, I don't think they'll do that. I think the guys will go just the same depth into the game. It's just that you will have one fewer bullpen arm to help handle it. I'm open to the idea. I'm not like sitting here trying to kill it. I think that's why they say no, because I don't think they're going to start giving these guys 120, 140 pitches in a game. And they got options for their pitchers. They can send somebody down. I don't see them doing the 6-man deal, but who knows? 866-979-3776. That clears a line. Josh in Spokane also wants to talk about the rotation because I think Logan's coming back sooner rather than later. Josh, what would you do?
Hey, Salk, how's it going, man?
Good.
Hey, so a couple things. I'm in total agreement with what things you've been saying as far as I think we should stick with a 5-man rotation. I don't think the 6-man's the way they want to go. I say you stick Hancock. Stick with him. I think the guy that you move is Kirby to the bullpen, and a couple of reasons why. When you're looking at what these guys are going to do long term as far as where they're going to spend the money, I think George is the guy that you've had a little bit of clubhouse rift with. I think he's the guy that would rather be pitching the pinstripes, to be honest with you. And I think that, you know what, at that point you put him in the bullpen. It's about winning baseball games, and if he can't be that kind of a teammate and fill in that spot, and that tells you all you need to know. I think we keep the guys that want to be here that are a better kind of clubhouse fit, and George goes to the bullpen, and if he's that kind of a teammate, fantastic. So
it's funny, Josh. I appreciate the call, and that's kind of where I started the conversation an hour ago of saying, hey, I do think that maybe that's in a perfect world what I would want to do. I think it's pretty risky, though. I think the safer thing to do is to send down Emerson Hancock. I don't want to do it, but I think it's the safer thing to do. But I get your point. I don't think they're going to sign George Kirby long term. I don't see that happening. And this offseason, when we were talking about dealing a pitcher, he was my choice. That's the guy I would have dealt. I do think he played well. I do think he would play very well in the bullpen. I think you kind of give him an extra tick or two velocity-wise. Yeah, I think he kind of limit him to being more of a 2-pitch pitcher. I think he could be a nasty reliever, but it's hard for me to imagine them going that direction. Maybe I'm wrong. 866-979-3776. Let me try Mike in Edmonds. Good morning, Mike. What's going on?
Good morning, Salk. 2 quick points. Number one, when Dan Wilson made the announcement in spring training that he was going to attack 162 games, I kind of laughed, and I thought, well, that's foolish, and that's a little bit nonsensical. So he needs to backtrack that a bit and then maybe work with the team he's got, because these guys right now aren't fulfilling that at all. And number two, Hancock really hasn't had that many major league starts. I'd love to see him get a couple more. If that means sending Bryce down or keeping Logan in AAA a little longer, that's fine with me. I don't mind. So
I don't see them sending Logan down unless he's hurt, and we'll see what happens. If he doesn't have a good start tonight, then I think you just say, okay, he's not. That's what, 2 since he's been back. Maybe you give him one more. Maybe you can hold Logan down for one more week, give him one more start, and give yourself just one more view, a third shot at seeing what Bryce Miller looks like. If he's not right after 3 starts, he's probably not right. And at that point, Lyle, yeah, you're probably going to send him to the IL, and maybe at that point you got to have surgery. Maybe you got to deal with the bone spur, and maybe it is a lost year, which would just stink. But I don't think I could just send him down right now. You can wait a little longer on Logan. I'd give him one more start. Let him get to 75 pitches instead of 60. I don't have a problem with that. But I just kind of was going on what Aaron and Dave were saying during the broadcast yesterday, and it sounded like maybe they weren't going in that direction. But I'm just trying to read between the lines. I don't know. I stated it pretty clearly when we started the conversation. Maybe Logan's not ready to go yet, and you got another few days before you got to make this call.
It is interesting, though. Andrew said yesterday that he's going on this road trip.
Right.
It's only a week-long road trip to Arizona and Anaheim.
So if you're going on the trip, it seems like you might be activated during the trip.
Right. Like, that's kind of where my mind went.
Yeah.
If it was a 2-week road trip, maybe it would be a little bit different. And maybe you'd fly back to make a rehab outing. But that's 1 week you'd think
and
you
it's
just
what,
stayed
Anaheim and
Arizona.
So it's close. I mean, like, it's easy to get back if you need to, but yeah, it's a little interesting. I would agree. That makes me kind of suspicious that he's going to take his next start in the majors.
Yeah, especially because Tacoma's at home. So in that scenario, you think he'd stay at home.
It does sound that way. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good info. 866-979-3776. Let me try Brett in Mill Creek. What's up, Brett? Good morning.
Hey, Mike. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
All right, buddy. Nice. I love that.
Hey, the question you asked McDonald, actually, I thought valid question. I liked it. I didn't think the timing was right. I think that's the question you're asking if we're halfway through training camp and Darnold showed a track record, a pattern of inconsistency, bad practices. I think that's when you ask that question and becomes really valid and makes a lot more sense to me. I think kind of prejudging after one practice made no sense to me, and kind of like the answer you just gave about the Mariners about judging Dipoto after giving him more time, not prejudging. I feel like you're doing that a bit with Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I get that. I think that what you're presuming, though, is that that's what the question was about. Remember, what if this question had been asked a month ago? How would you have felt about this question a month ago?
With no evidence of performance at that time at all.
Yeah.
Maybe more relevant at that point where everyone's coming in with an even slate.
Appreciate that. That's kind of the way I've been thinking of it. Is like, look, I haven't talked to Mike McDonald since they completely overhauled their quarterback room. We haven't talked to him since they moved on from Geno, moved on from Sam Howell, brought in Drew Lock, brought in Sam Darnold, and drafted Jalen Milroe. I think because of that, it's a fair question. Yes, he had not performed all that well the day before. And yes, that's top of mind for both me and Mike. But it's not the only reason you ask the question. It's a big picture question. It's not a, hey, does Sam Darnold stink question. I don't think that. It's, hey, is there a chance there's a competition here, especially because we all watched it in 2012 with Russell Wilson and Tavares Jackson and Matt Flynn. So that's got to be part of the conversation, right?
Well, even if that's true, even if McDonald knows in the back of his mind that, yeah, there's a chance here, he's not going to tell you that, and he's not going to own up to that. He's never going to throw Darnold under the bus. He's going to support his quarterback. So I don't think you were going to get a good answer either way.
You might be right, but fair enough. I appreciate the call and appreciate the thought on it. You might be right about it. I'm going to stand by it. I think it's a fair question to ask. And it's absolutely I'm not even remotely bothered by his answer. I love that he's got his guys back. I love that. Let me go to Sean in the 253. What's up, Sean? Good morning.
Hey, Mike. How's it going? Long-time listener, first-time caller, just like some of the other guys.
All right. Love it.
Okay, so this is going to be like bump segment in the afternoon. Get off my lawn.
Okay.
I gotta say, I'm a man. I'm 40. All right, so this is the deal. I feel like a lot of the Seattle Mariners fans, they have this false expectation, especially when Julio gets up to bat. Like the chanting of his name drives me crazy. It's kind of like can you imagine when the Seahawks are on offense and everybody's like, shh? Can you imagine if they were like just as loud as if they were on defense? No, it would completely mess things up. I think the Seattle fans need to stop chanting their name. He's not Ichiro. He's not Ken Griffey Jr. Let the man focus and let him grow naturally. When you chant his name, that just like he's like, oh man, I got to do something. I got to swing at that pitch that's not even in my area. Stop chanting his name. Let him do his thing and let him grow as a man. Like, stop chanting his name. One more quick point, and I'll take your comments off the air.
All right.
For the folks that have a hard time answering this question, would you rather want the Seahawks to go to another Super Bowl, the Sonics back, or the Mariners to go to the World Series? There's only one right answer to that. And if you don't know the answer to that, pack your bags and get out of my city.
Okay.
Because the Mariners need to go to the World Series. If you don't understand that, you don't understand Seattle sports. Thanks, man. You guys are awesome.
All right. Well, appreciate that. I would have agreed. I
wish you would have an opinion.
I know. Well, I agree. To me, that would be the one. I would want to see the Mariners win a World Series. I've seen the Seahawks win a Super Bowl. I'm not the world's biggest basketball fan. For a lot of NBA fans in the area, I would absolutely wish the Sonics to return for you, but it's not my personal passion. Yeah, no. I mean, that one's easy. As for the Julio thing, I was all set to kind of argue, but he kind of made a good point at the end. Just for those of you who think I can't be convinced, I was about to crush him and be like, what are they supposed to do? Be quiet? Be silent? Then you'd be mad that it's dead in the ballpark. But in Julio's case, I do think there might be something to that. That he's trying to do too much to respond to the moment and that he might do more. There's a reason that, 8 of his 10 home runs have come in the first inning, something like that? Yeah, maybe there is something to that. I don't think you're going to, I'm not going to go on a crusade to make it occur. Well, it's like not a bad point. kind of intrigued by it. Last word will go to Serwan in Auburn. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning. Hi. Hey, Salk. I was trying to talk about the 5th or 6th man rotation.
Yeah.
I believe we should go with a 6-man rotation because, first of all, these pitchers are pitching a lot faster than they used to, a lot harder. And so I feel like with a 6-man, that would help us out. Plus, we've had injuries in the last 2 years with Tommy Johns and all that type of stuff. And also, we can also prop up Kirby since he does want to leave. Maybe we can trade him by the end of the year, and I'll only help by having him in the line.
All right. Well, I don't know if he wants to leave. That feels like a stretch. I don't think he said he wants to leave, but okay. Keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I feel like that way we can have Hancock ready to go just in case that does happen. And then have I forgot the last pitcher that we just set down and have him getting ready to come up just because that situation does happen. And I don't think even if Kirby doesn't want to go, I don't think we can afford him. So that's a big thing too.
Well, I tend to agree with that, and I appreciate the call. Thank you. I don't necessarily think he's going to be here. I just want to make sure let's not put words in the man's mouth. He hasn't said anything about not wanting to be here. So big weekend for those boys. Tell you that much. Big weekend for those boys as they go to Anaheim. Swept by the Orioles, was not a good homestand. Lost 15 of their last 25, so chance to get back on track against, again, a mediocre Angels team. I know we said the same thing during this homestand, but you got to beat those teams. You got to take care of them, and I know Jerry would mean a lot to him to go take care of Anaheim down there. So we'll be back Monday. Greg Bishop's going to come in, tell some stories. Man, I got some Hembo trade ideas to react to on Monday. I've got a Seahawks thing I know I want to talk about, and it kind of came up a little bit with Brady today. I think some of that will lead me back into it. So we'll see you guys Monday morning at 6 a.m. Stick around for Bump and Stacy next, and the hay is in the barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper! Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
He's just eating right now.
Okay.
Cal Raleigh.
I like that.
How about that?
He's in the zone right now, and he's doing it from both sides of the plate, which is the most impressive thing. And he's played every single day, even on his day off.
You do think, like, are you going to get days off? I mean, you're hanging on to Garber to give Cal days off.
Right.
That's the one fear I have with Cal's season so far is like, hey, let's get this guy some time.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
Guys, tired all the time? Gaining weight? Low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. This June, for Men's Health Month, Revive Men's Health in Seattle is offering a free comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. No guessing, just answers. Over 100,000 men have trusted Revive to get real results. More energy, better sleep, improved mood, and confidence that shows. If something feels off, don't wait. Take control and protect your long-term health by knowing your numbers. This offer ends June 30th. Schedule your free comprehensive wellness panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Feel better. Live stronger. Start now.
Seattle home prices, well, they just keep going up, and you might be ready to take advantage. If you're getting ready to sell or just moved into a new home, now is the time to get a thorough inspection of your crawl space and attic. And don't do it yourself. You don't want to be crawling around in there. You probably don't even really know what to look for. It's Mike Salk here, and Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to, so you can know if there's anything going on in your crawl space or attic without having to crawl into and evaluate those spaces on your own. A free inspection will let you know if your home is energy efficient and if the air you're breathing is clean and safe. Plus, there are some really great utility rebates available right now to help you with the cost of the new insulation if it's needed. How nice would it be to get someone else to cover that cost? Had them out to my house, and it was a great idea. Did that free corner-to-corner inspection, found some issues. They took the pictures, showed them to me, and then solved the problem. No issues since. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men, too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat-freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, gentle yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For